everywhere. Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, wherever we may be today. Hello. This is episode 91 of Erudis World of Wonder, a game of D&D that we attempt to get through some storyline, attempt to not die. Who knows? We'll find out next episode, which is this one. So, if our heroes are ready, let's get into this.
Let's go.
Dun, dun, dun.
Righty. So, the last we left our heroes, the Lost Legion, dealing with various things they've had on their back burner, completing some challenges, accomplishing purchases, dealing with extraterrestrial artifacts that they have no idea what the heck is going on with them. They've had time on their hands, to say the least. Lately, the party has been dealing with a werewolf issue, which was promptly dealt with and figured left as it is, unfinished and finished at the same time, having dispatched the werewolf who wasn't necessarily looking to be the bad guy. The party then decided to go to one of the various villages of Gundor, the barbarian, completing one of his many challenges that he has to finish. In doing so, they found a grove to the north. It was unnaturally warm and vibrant for this time of year, being early spring. The party proceeded to enter the largest tree in the grove and came out the other side. But they weren't exactly on the material plane anymore, as the Feywild greeted them once again. The party dealt with climbing this large tree on the other side, reaching the bulbous room at the top that held a single bush. Sun orchid bush. This plant, seemingly bare of any flowers. Gundor, with a mirror, figuring out how exactly this plant worked, soaking in the sunlight, creating blooms. After plucking a couple of flowers, the party left said room, proceeded to feather fall their way down to the bottom of the tree again, only to find that it was nighttime. Whether it was through their accord or through otherworldly means, they don't know. They also found that the portal that they had entered from disappeared. In a desperate attempt to go from Feywild back to the material plane, Xiao, our Horizon Walker, decided to use her amulet of plane shift. And with her first attempt at interplanar travel, landed themselves in an unknown realm of the prime material plane. Darkened, jagged mountains surrounding a darkened, destroyed city named Fallrun. And as you stand there, in front of the city gates, blown wide open from battles centuries ago, that is where we leave off. So, what would you guys like to do?
Shao, I don't think this is where we're supposed to be.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I guess the amulet's a bit more complex than I thought.
Where exactly are we?
It's a
Uh,
good question.
yeah, but I
Great
don't know.
question. Are we like at the gate, or are we walking up to it?
You're walking up to it.
Yeah. And
Do
then
we?
did we do we know we're on Fall Run, or like did we see like a sign or anything, or do we
You
just know
saw
that
you yeah, from last time you saw a sign named Fall Run. Like
Okay.
a placard on the side of the
And
gate wall.
I don't remember if I did this last session or not. Does that name Fall Run ring any bells?
You made a history check. I don't remember what it
Yeah,
said.
we had already rolled that, and none of you guys know anything of the city of Fall Run.
Okay. I just couldn't add or not.
Well, I guess since we're here, we might as well take a look around.
For sure. I mean, I'm always interested in checking out ruins.
I know, Shao. I knew we weren't going to be able to leave this place without looking around.
You can't say you aren't at least a bit curious, Gundor.
I am, but and I point to the flowers in the bag, and I'm like, I don't know if these have a short expiration date.
Do we have anything to put it in I don't know, keep it from being smushed or squashed?
Well, did they ever say on the trial that, like, it had to come back alive? They just had to retrieve it, didn't they?
I think so, but I don't know. Maybe they might look at it and be like, this isn't gonna work.
Well, do they have to do something with it?
I don't know. They just told me to get it.
We can try to put the flower in an empty healing potion. You
I
can keep
mean,
it safe.
we already have it in a glass jar out of all.
Oh, okay, sweet.
It's just I don't know, how many days it can go without, being connected to a life source. But for now, we can look around.
Well, let's walk up to the front gate and see what we can see.
And we walk.
Yeah. Yeah. How far are we from the front gate?
At this point, you guys are roughly 30 to 40 feet.
Me being familiar with ruins, I'm gonna knock an arrow before we go in.
Yeah.
My eyes are peeled, like duct tape peeled.
I was gonna say I'll be. Obviously, I have my shield out, empty-handed in my other hand. As we come up on the gate, I would like to roll a perception listening check to see if, like, what if anything if I hear anything coming from on the other side of the gate.
Are you still an eagle?
No.
Okay.
Okay, perception check for me. All right, so the eerie, dead quiet of the air surrounds you as you listen in, just attempting to hear anything. And you can hear even the wind. It is completely dead.
This place seems a little too quiet for comfort.
Well, it is ruins. Ruins do tend to be quiet, Cyrus. I'm not sure how many you've been to.
Yeah, but you don't hear. You don't hear anything. Not even the sound of the wind. No creatures. Nothing.
I guess it is a bit strange that we aren't hearing any birds.
As we get closer, I want to pop a divine sense.
Okay. Sure. Celestial fiend or undead. 60 feet.
Not behind total cover.
Gotcha.
That's the only thing that sucks about Divine Sense.
Yeah, if it went through cover, it'd be so much better.
Yeah.
It's pretty much only used to detect burrowed undead at that point.
Burrowed undead or undead that are trying to hide like behind 3/4 cover or something.
So as you focus in and pulse this your consciousness out to see what you can find, you feel as though the land you walk on has been desecrated. And you get specifically high points of desecration. Here, there, there, there. And when you focus in on where that desecration lies, it's where you see this strange, abnormal plant life. It almost gives off like this slight demonic or fiendish kind of pulse, almost, but it's mostly desecration.
Okay. I kind of relay that back to the party. Um, I'm just getting these weird feelings. This entire place has been a bloodbath.
I'd imagine so.
I just feel nothing but death. And I point towards the plant life, and there it feels extremely strong there.
Well, most ruins tend to have a story. We should search for this one's. I'm sure there's a book somewhere of a journal or something of a survivor.
Okay.
Well, maybe this, at the very least, we should find out exactly where we are. But I do know, unless this is some hidden ruin within Nohaden, we're definitely not in Nohaden anymore. 'Cause I don't know of any cities named Paul Run.
Not to my knowledge either. Safe to say we are certainly not in Erudis.
Well, of course we're in Erudis.
Oh, I mean, no Hayden. I'm so sorry.
You know, silly question, but I know you're able to go to different planes, but could you go to different times as well?
Not to my knowledge, but it's definitely possible.
Just curious. Because I don't know where we are, but it feels weird right now.
All right. Yeah. Let's continue walking up to the gate to go inside.
All right. You guys continue on, pushing forward into the city. You pass the gate, and the buildings here, they still stand. Many of them. But they land demolished. Some of them completely flattened. Other ones, their first floor is still standing. Some of them standing up to even a sixth and a seventh. These large stone and metallic buildings lie in wastes, destroyed by forces, creatures, just the age of them potentially without any kind of maintenance. You're not quite sure, but it's unsettling and eerie. Even for you, Shao, having traveled at least the Astral Sea and many of the other planes as well, you've never seen anything like this. Even the Shadowfell seems to have some sort of life, albeit unlife, but nothing like this.
This place is giving even me the creeps. We should definitely look for a journal because this place has my interest peaked.
Well, looking around, what are there any buildings that are like still 100% intact, or are all of them somewhat destroyed?
There's a decent portion. I would say anywhere from 25 to 40% of the buildings are completely standing. Most of the buildings that are either 1 to 3 stories, or no, sorry, 1 to 5 stories, some of them are still standing. The shorter they are, the more likely they are to stand. The buildings that, as you look at the skyscrapers, many of them seem to be chopped halfway or at some point and must have collapsed.
Um, are there any street signs that I can see from where we are?
Yeah, I mean, from where you are, there are some. What exactly are you looking for?
I want to see. I don't know if the street signs just do street names, or if they like point towards like specific buildings, like library this way or town hall that way or whatever.
Okay.
I'm just the one. I want to see what's on the signs.
As you go up to the signs, you can't read any of them.
Like
They
they're in a
all,
different language.
yes, they all seem to be in the same kind of language or dialect as the sign out front.
The one that everybody can read but you.
So, it's
I
all
wanna
this,
call-
right?
I want to call someone over and say, "Hey, can you, one of you guys read this?"
It's
Wait,
it's
can Gandor speak Abyssal actually?
No, I cannot.
Oh, so it's me and Alvar then.
I thought it was Elvish.
Wait, what language is it?
Those who can read Elvish can read it.
Okay. It's Elvish. Got
But
it.
it's a strange dialect of Elvish. It's kind of like
It's like Portuguese reading Latin or something.
it's like the difference between like Spanish and Portuguese. So it's like it's similar, but some of the grammatical things and some of the contexts are way completely different.
But we get the gist of it.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. So I call I just wave like Alavar and Shao over and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
come tell me what's on these signs."
Let's have a look here.
So the sign that you see leads, shopping district in one direction, and then you see what's called the Crystal Tower in a different direction.
So we have the Crystal Tower over in that direction. We have a shopping district.
Shopping districts might be good to see if there's anything left that's usable in the city. But the Crystal Tower sounds interesting. Sounds like it might be, sounds like it might be
Yeah.
a place that keeps records.
Both places seem
Yeah.
like they would be rich with history.
Right now I'm looking for. We should first, and hopefully it's still standing. But we should be looking for either ornate buildings that are still standing.
Yeah.
Things like that are probably like the town hall or library or some other like maybe something to the equivalent of
The Crystal Tower sounds pretty ornate.
yeah. That's why I said I want to go to Crystal Tower first, but or maybe Crystal Tower sounds like something would be housed the equivalent of what's the magical group in New Hayden?
The Mage Society, the
Yeah,
Calicophora.
yeah, Caligofora. And is that just in New Hayden or is it in all of Erudis?
As far as you know, they are all across Erudis.
Okay. So yeah, the Crystal Tower seems like maybe the where the Calicophora may have been held up in this city, and they like to keep records.
No.
So I suggest we start there. You said that was this way, Galavar?
Oh, yes. In whichever way you are pointing.
So we'll head towards the Crystal Tower, or follow the signs that say
Yeah.
the Crystal Tower is that way.
Alrighty. So, you guys are going to the shopping district first, or the Crystal Tower first?
Crystal Tower.
Crystal Tower.
Tower.
Okay. So, further and further into the city you delve. The buildings around you seemingly get taller and taller. Eventually, the ground is no longer flat. You are no longer having to walk on the roadways. But you are now walking among the mounds of probably the tops of all these buildings. Large metal beams or shafts stick out from underneath of stone piles. Almost like a giant metal spider web at some points that you have to kind of crawl through to get anywhere, making your way through the streets, or what's left of them. Travel further and further. What little bit of sunlight visible, but being blocked out by the tall structures around you, darkening the alleyways. About, I'd say, 45 minutes into your traversing, you hear your first movement, and it startles you with everything being so silent. A murder of crows cawing and flying away. Kind of stay there for a moment, but nothing else.
So that was on, like while we were just walking, a murder of crows flew out of like a building.
Yeah, essentially.
Did they come out of a standing building or a destroyed building?
They came out of a standing building. It was like one that had the top couple floors caved in.
So it seems that there is still wildlife around here. At least
Crows.
the birds.
Let's say crows are similar to vultures in my opinion. They're just scavengers. You expect them to see them in places like this.
Not when it's this old.
Have the crows like flown off?
Yeah, they flew off, and
Okay.
So
they're not like hovering around or like perching, watching.
No, you startled them with your movement.
Okay.
All right.
Huh?
I would just be then after that.
There's something that's been bothering me though. Often when you see ruins, it's not entire cities. When an entire city is abandoned, that means that there's something around that's preventing it from being reclaimed. So what is so bad in this area that's stopping it from people from living here?
Well, I'm sure if we do enough looking around, we'll find it. Might be similar to the dwarven cities in Nohaden. There could be monsters hanging around that they aren't able to deal with.
Yeah.
Just be on your guard. We don't want
Yeah.
anything catching us by surprise.
You make a good point, Joe.
And we'll continue towards the Crystal Tower.
Alrighty. Further and further you delve. The city growing more oppressive with its condition. The overlying structures becoming seemingly more desolate. You catch a few signs here and there that point out in different directions. You see one that says library. You see one that says exchange. You see one called the Steel Bastion in another direction. And then you see one called the Marble Spire. Or, sorry, the Marble Pillar. Off in another direction.
Okay.
And you do catch one or two that seems to lead you in the correct direction of the Crystal Tower.
As we are walking as well, I do want to be writing, like, not doing like a big, like an elaborate map, but like just like on a piece of parchment that I have. I want to be I want to be sketching out the roads that we're walking on, and just like a rough sketch of like the roads, and whenever we hit a sign, I like mark down that like the direct what the signs denotate whenever we hit like a sign or an intersection, just so that way we know roughly where we're going in the city.
Okay.
And then have I seen, because I did want to keep an eye out for this, but I forgot. As we've been walking, has there been any like ornate or fancy looking buildings that have been like mostly or fully intact that we've seen yet? Or has it all just seen like regular houses?
Well, around here there are no longer houses. They are mostly towers. Anywhere from 6 or more stories. However, ornate in styling. I mean, most of the buildings are ornate in some sense, either through
Yeah, what's up?
the.
Like, they look like important buildings, I guess I would say.
Okay.
Buildings that
Nothing.
are mostly intact.
I mean, there you do catch a couple buildings that are intact mostly, but nothing significant necessarily.
Okay. Yeah, I would particularly mark down what the direction of the library is as we continue to walk, because that's probably the next place I want to go.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, I would say we continue towards the direction of the Crystal Tower.
Okay. You guys continue on, walking down the streets. You catch a number of skeletons as you are walking, just splayed out on the ground, some of their skulls bashed in, other ones just bits and pieces of bone. Everything here seems long dead and or long picked over. See pieces of cart, full carts made of metal. You see weird carts that seem to have no place for horses to go. Mostly made of metal, but they're just there. Rusting and or rotting away. The next set of streets that have signs that you can see, you see another arrow pointed in a direction called Ipoda Secondary School.
Sorry, I'm making note of that also. So, the locations that we know that exist in the city so far, there's the market. We're heading towards Bristol. There's a library. Steel Bastion. Northern Military Outpost. What was the other one that was on the in the same intersection as Library and Steel Bastion?
The Emerald Pillar.
Emerald Pillar?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is the secondary school.
Yes, Ipoda. Ipotia.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just making notes on all the places.
It's all good. Alrighty, so you guys continue on. Eventually coming to kind of this hexagonal plaza. I mean, this thing is huge, ginormous. It looks like there are a few places where tunnels underground actually lead some sort of place, potentially. It looks like structures that were built leading down to somewhere, but you see in front of you a large metallic and glass structure. This glass, kind of green, to the tint. As you look up, it is one of the only tall standing buildings that looks mostly intact. There's probably like 4 or 5 buildings that are pretty much completely intact that are more than, I would say, 15 to 20 stories.
And it kind of looks like a crystal.
Kind of. It has kind of this latticed kind of triangular shape that leads further and further up as it gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it comes up to a single spire up the top.
Also, to us, glass is just clarified crystal. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say, this seems to be what we're looking for.
I'd say so.
Does it look like there's a way in?
Yeah, there's like a front door area. A lot of the glass, at least on the first couple floors, has been completely shattered.
Oh,
I'd say probably 4 to 5 stories up, completely shattered. About 5 to 15, as far as you can see. Some are shattered, and the farther up you get, the less damage there is to the glass in the tower.
so it seems like the middle of the structure got hit the hardest.
No, the bottom.
The bottom.
Oh, the bottom.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah,
How
whatever
tall is this
battles or
exactly?
whatever occurred.
Sorry, what'd you say, Stefan?
How tall is this building exactly?
I mean, standing at the base of it, it's really hard to tell, but maybe 300 feet?
Jesus.
Oh.
Or it's a skyscraper.
All right. Well,
Very least we'll have a vantage point if we get to the top.
yeah, this would be a good place to look and see if there's anything else that sticks out in the city.
There are also tunnels that lead underground. I think we should keep an eye on them in case anything decides to pop out.
Okay.
It'd be the perfect place for an ambush.
And the tunnels look like they're supposed to be there, right? They don't look like things that holes from leftover from like things burrowing, or
Make a perception check.
You had a bad day.
yikes.
You had a bad day.
You can't tell. I mean,
Yeah, a TPK.
I mean, there's dirt everywhere. There's piles everywhere. Maybe some of these holes are supposed to be there. Maybe some of them aren't.
I think we should be extremely cautious.
Yes.
I have been this whole time. But
Would someone like to go see if the door is locked?
I mean, I thought we were all going, but I guess I'll go first.
Well, I mean, someone has to open the door.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I'll head
don't
up to.
think we'll need to be using the door. And
I'll say,
she
I'll head up-
gestures towards all the broken glass.
I'll
As
head
she
up to
walks
the-
through where a window would be.
Oh, there's just a window right there.
There's
Yeah,
windows
all-
everywhere.
The first 5 floors of this, every single window is busted out.
Yeah.
And it's a tower of glass, so
It,
pretty
it's
much the
kind of
entire
like
place
a
is made out of glass.
yeah. It's kind of like a modern day skyscraper, essentially, where all the walls are glass.
Okay.
Alright, well, I guess we
Yeah.
hoppity through the glass then.
Let's go ahead and get on the first floor and see what we find.
All right.
I'll
so you
see if I can go through the front doors just for shits and giggles.
The front door is locked.
Ha!
Well, they were
Okay.
made of glass, so they're just lock
Yeah.
handles on the
Yeah,
ground.
so it's
It's just
doesn't help
handles
now,
on the
but
ground.
It's more of a polite gesture on their part. Put a door there.
so as you guys come into the first floor, you see there's a couple staircases. There's like a double staircase that seems to lead up to whatever the second floor of this large entryway was. You see kind of farther in the back, there are 4 tubes that kind of just lead up into the structure. You can see into the second floor. There's another set of staircases that lead to a third floor, a fourth floor, a fifth floor. It seems like this was kind of like a almost like a like an entry gathering point, grand hall kind of thing. But it was fairly open. You could see there are now long unused fountains. There are places where more of those strange plants root up, where probably traditionally prime material plane plants would be. Couches, seats, tables everywhere.
In the front entrance, is there something that resembles what would be a front desk?
Kind of. It's kind of like this semicircular desk almost, like this bar, essentially.
I want to look in and around that, see if I can find anything like any books, paper, notes.
Okay. You go around the desk, kind of looking around. If there was paper here, it's not here anymore. You just see dirt everywhere.
Okay.
But there's something strange though. There's like this weird metal box almost just kind of off to the side with what looks to be a window in it.
Is it like attached to the something, or is it just sitting there?
It's just sitting there.
I'm gonna look through the window.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna pick it up and like look at it.
I mean, it's heavy. I'd probably say like 40 to 50 pounds heavy.
Yeah, I'll pick it up and put it like on a higher surface just so I can inspect it because it's on the ground, right?
No, there's kind of like a lower level to the desk, and as you went around it, you saw there were a couple chairs, and in some of the chairs were skeletons.
Okay. So then, yeah, I would say the same with Shao. I'll just kind of look through the window in the box and see if it shows what's inside.
Okay. It's just black. It's dark. Can't necessarily even see what's really inside.
Does it look like there's a way to open the box?
Make an investigation check. You kind of inspect around, kind of turning the box all over the place and looking around. You don't see anything in any way to necessarily open it. You do see on the front of the box, you see what looks to be kind of like these little metal squares that all seem to be lined up in rows in the front of it.
Squares lined up in rows.
Can
Yeah,
you move? Sorry, go ahead.
It's almost like like a like a small shelf in front of the glass window with all these metal squares
Just sitting on it.
just sitting on it.
Uh,
Can you move or interact with the squares, Zars?
I don't know. See if I'll like jiggle them, try to pick them up off the off the like little shelf that they're sitting on.
Okay.
See if anything. What if I can do anything?
Okay. They don't lift off, but when you press on them, they do push down and then stop at a certain point.
When he pushes down on it, do we hear like any like mechanism inside the building? Like a
No,
okay.
no. There's just kind of like an audible click when you press down on each of the squares.
So do they stay pressed when I press them, or do they go back up?
They go back up.
Can I press all of them at the same time?
Sure.
I will help. I will help him.
Okay, so you guys press down all the buttons, all the squares all at once. Nothing happens.
Well, I'm sure there's some trick to this, but it's seems very.
As you're looking at it, off to the left-hand side on the back corner, you see what looks to be like a red ruby, almost.
Like
Attached to the box.
Can I expect it closer?
Yep. It's kind of like reddish. Just kind of sits in there. It kind of has that same square tile kind of shape.
Can I push it?
You push the red ruby, and you hear within the box a couple of clicks and whirs, and it sounds almost like wind is moving somewhere within the box. And then suddenly, as Alavar, you're looking at the window, light appears from the window.
What?
Zaris, I don't
You
often
kinda-
say this, but some boxes are better left unopened.
Why is there a light?
I mean, I pushed this ruby back here.
Where was the light coming from exactly?
From the
Inside.
window, in the metal box. It's actually
Okay.
like shining out of that window.
Oh, out of the box. Okay, not the windows and the like.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
I was like, oh, you just set off the apocalypse.
Yeah, I was like, shit. Well, now we're in a different timeline. Congrats.
Yeah, no. I knew what he was talking about. I don't know how you guys.
I did not.
It.
Shao, are you behind the desk as well? Or is
yeah,
it only...
I'm with him.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
kind of looking.
Because we were
at the
both
box.
looking through the window.
Okay. Alavar and Shao, as the light comes on, it flickers once or twice, and then you start to see symbols across the window. The same kind of elvish, common kind of dialect.
Do I see it too and just not understand it, or?
Yeah, you see it too, and just don't understand it. So you kind of see, it says, generally, because it's hard with the dialect trying to understand what it means. Starting spell. Processing mana flow. Mana low. Mana low. Mana low. Spell down. And then the screen shuts off.
It looked like it was trying to cast a spell. I've never heard of a mechanism being able to cast spells. It was saying low mana.
Whoa. Slow on magic.
And so I've heard of. I mean, there's plenty of devices that can cast spells. never seen one that looks like this. Usually it's like a wand that has spells stored in it that allows most
Well,
anyone
yeah,
to
but
cast
that
it.
requires somebody to actually like use it to cast a spell. This one's like automated or something.
Well, I did press the red button, the ruby button, I guess. But this might be one of those similar objects has a store spelled in it. It could be,
Yeah.
but yeah, Alivar said out of magic, I guess, means low mana. It's kind of heavy, so I'll leave it here for now. But maybe when we decide to leave, that might be when we leave the building. That might be a good souvenir to take with us. Could just drop it in the bag of holding.
Yeah.
I'm sure Zilnala will have a heyday with that.
Hmm.
I want to look around at everyone. Do we want to spend the time walking up all these stairs, or does someone want to teleport with me to the top?
I'd rather say we save the spells.
And then who knows? Maybe walking will help you build some more muscle on them legs.
Yeah.
I guess
Because-
so.
As I remember, and Shao remembers very well as well, about how bad our arms and legs were burning.
Yeah, I think that it's time that the less physically attributed get to feel what it's like.
I'm proficient in athletics. Get off me.
I mean, I guess we can walk. I just wanted to save time, and then I'll start. Take a sigh and start walking up the stairs. And I'm pretty much just gonna trudge all the way to the top. But I will keep an eye out. As I like come onto the floors, if there's anything particularly interesting or anything that stands out, I'll go look at it.
Okay. I will say with your passive perception, Alivar, when you guys get to like that third floor of the grand entryway, you do see in between two of the metal tubes, there's like this little metal hole with like a box on the top of it, and you see kind of some flickering kind of sparks or light potentially.
Is it like in the dead center of the room?
No, they're kind of flanking the back end of the wall.
Okay. Sorry, you know what? Go ahead and describe that one more time.
I'm not sure if he heard
I'll
you or
point it
not.
out the rest of the
All right, so he points this stuff out to you guys.
So, I don't think you heard me. But can you describe the first part a bit?
Can I describe the first one?
Yeah, the first part of... Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on the description also.
Yeah, because all I could really think of was I was about to say, I was like, wow, what is that? And just trying to get you to say it again.
So let me see. So essentially, the floor you guys are on, I'm gonna actually draw this out a little bit
That'll help.
to help you guys out. So So essentially, there's these 4 tubes. And then you see that there's little metal boxes. But this one in particular has like this little bit of flashy going on. Like right here.
Mhm.
It's kind of flashing a little bit.
Okay. Maybe
Is this on
this
the
is
wall or on the floor?
Yeah, these tubes they go from floor to ceiling
Got it. Okay.
of the current floor that you're on.
maybe this is where the quote unquote mana is gathered.
Getting a
Uh,
closer look right here, that glowingness that you've been describing, does it look more like sparks, or is it more like a flashing button?
It looks like a flashing crystal almost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's almost like amber in color.
is getting close to it. Is there any writing on the box?
You see up and down.
Okay, and next, is there like something written next to the flashing light?
The one that's flashing up.
And I'll make my way over to this one. And it's just nothing's happening, right?
Nothing's happening with that one, but it still has the same kind of script: up, down.
Can I go over to this one? And Alvaro is explaining what he saw, right?
Yeah.
Does it look like I can where it's flashing? I guess I don't know if there's a button there or if it's can I just put my palm where that's flashing, touch it.
Yeah, just like the red crystal that you pushed. You push this yellow crystal, but nothing happens.
Is
And-
there any other crystals that I can push?
There's a yellow crystal underneath next to the other script, that isn't glowing or flashing at all. But it is there too.
Can I try to push the same button that's glowing on the other side?
Okay.
I'll go ahead and press it.
All right. Nothing happens.
Okay.
I don't know how these things work.
Maybe
Yeah,
we'll
they are.
maybe we'll learn more as we travel upwards.
Yeah,
Hmm.
let's continue going up the stairs unless someone else wants to do something.
I don't know.
You hear this kind of mechanical noise, this whirring almost, come from this tube right here.
Wait, worrying from what?
From this tube right here. And then you see the front half of the tube kind of lowers and then rotates off to the left. And inside is hollow.
What?
I'm
Out of
not.
character, I know what you're doing. And I
Out
don't
of
know how
character, I
you're
do
getting-
not know what you're doing.
Out of character, this is a fucking elevator. This is just auto character. But this is an elevator, and I don't know if it's a trap.
I'm fine taking the stairs.
I'll honestly though, I'll walk up to the tube, back in character now. And I'll look look around inside. Get like, is it like hollow? Like, is there a floor or like, is it 100% hollow? Like, look up.
No, there's a floor. And it looks like there's actually an interior layer of glass too. Some of it is cracked, and another pane seems to be shattered at a portion of it. But
I'll take a step inside. And look around, see what's in the tube.
okay. The tube is just, this interior chamber within the tube with the glass walls. But you do see another one of those metal panels, but it seems to have a lot more of those amber things. But you do see down below there is a flashing red crystal and a flashing green crystal as well.
Like below the floor or below the panel?
Below the panel.
Okay.
But on the panel, some of those amber ones are flashing. Some of them are consistently providing light, and other ones are dead completely.
Is there any text that I can see on the panel that I can have
Um,
Alvar read for me?
Yeah, next to each button there is text.
I want to ask Alvar to read them.
Alvar just went to the bathroom.
Oh.
Well, Alavar reads, since Alavar is with you, he reads that all of them are numbers, leading to the top one being 55. The bottom green one is open, and the bottom red one is closed.
Anybody opposed to me pushing one of these buttons and see what happens?
I mean, if I'm not sure what's going to happen if you can't get out fast enough before you hit the button.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Why would if it was a death trap, why would it be in the city?
I mean, that's not a bad point you're making, but
So we're not exploring a dungeon. We're exploring the ruins of a city. This must have some purpose.
I mean, if everyone else wants to get inside, I'll give it a shot, but I'm feeling a little weary about it. Alvar, Shao, your opinion? Okay, what's your opinion, Alvar?
Oh, well, I have many opinions.
Do
Sorry.
we get inside and possibly die, or do we take the steps?
Well, I'm just asking if everyone's okay if I push a button. You guys don't have to stand inside with me.
Oh, okay, all right. I mean, if you want to hit that button, buddy, go.
I'll flip a platinum piece. 1, 2, 10. Oh. 1 through 10, we go in. Oh. All right. Well, Cyrus, if you're gonna die, I'm not gonna let you die alone.
I mean, you said you were flipping a coin, and if you low, we got in. So I thought you were talking about all of us.
I mean, you can.
Shell,
To
do you want
each
to
their
watch?
No, I'll come along.
All right.
With
And
approval in her voice.
you said the buttons were ranging from 1 to 55.
Yes.
55.
Alrighty.
Hold on.
Hold
I
on.
pushed the one that corresponds to 40.
Okay.
Okay. So the button that you push was one of the ambers that wasn't turned on. And when you press it, it turns on. And then the door slides in front of you guys, pushes inwards and up. And then suddenly you feel force and acceleration coming from below you as you begin to see the walls shift downwards.
God
And
damn it, Cyrus, I
faster
told
and
you it was a
faster.
trap.
Well,
Well, I guess I
nothing's
didn't
Hold
tell
on.
you anything,
Hold
but it's a
on.
trap.
Hold
Nothing's
on.
happening yet. Nothing bad. It just looks like I don't know. Something's happening.
We're moving. How is this
Okay.
not a trap?
You see 1, 2, 3, 4 metal bands, and then suddenly metal bands with glass around you. And then suddenly no glass. It's just air besides the glass and the metal frame that is around you. Seemingly on the exterior of this building, your little pod shifting and sliding up the structure, 2 metal frame posts holding your little carriage to the side of the skyscraper as you slide further and further up the building.
Well, we're dead. We're dead.
No, I mean,
Hold on, hold on.
I can tell we're going up, right?
Yeah, you got all of you guys can tell that you're going up.
We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet.
I mean, it looks like we're just going up. This maybe this was
Have you ever moved like this before, Zaris? I've never moved like this before.
no, but
The only time I've ever moved like this, Zaris, is when it's a trap. How is this not a trap?
She's having
maybe
a
it's
panic
something like
attack.
that. Maybe it's something like that.
I'm
Underdark gnome thing Bard had.
I'm
Some sort of-
concerned that we're not going to stop, and we're going to continue to get faster.
This is some sort
Not the ending of Willy Wonka, okay?
That was going
Have
down.
Lord just embraced himself.
That's with the laws of gravity, Zaris. This is going up.
Things can go up and down.
Oh my god, that's what it is. We're going to go to the top, and then it's going to drop us.
Yes, back in 300.
This is just a death capsule.
It's almost as if the Crystal Tower was the Tower of Terror.
There.
You guys notice up at the top there's another one of those little black windows with light coming out of it, and it's got symbols. You see it counting up, 26, 27, 28, 29. As the further and further up you go.
What happens when it hits 40? It's a countdown.
It's counting up.
Same thing.
I mean, I pressed 40. Maybe.
Yes, we wanted 40 seconds to
Okay,
live.
okay.
Yeah,
this is
40
what we
seconds
do.
to live. Exactly.
Hang on. I have an idea.
I think you're overreacting.
This is what I think we should do.
35.
I think
think
you're
we-
underreacting.
Hey, listen. I think we should all lock arms, and so when it gets to the top, and if it
38.
does decide it's going to drop, we will hold hands, and then you can do that spell again, so we won't fall to our death.
You guys feel the acceleration begin to slow from underneath of you guys.
Oh God, it's happening! It's happening! Lock hands! Lock
39.
hands!
You're starting to feel like the
What's
legs as like the elevator stops.
Yeah. You
Oh, no.
see the digit 40 pop up on the little black box as the elevator comes to a stop.
This is it.
Ding.
You see the inner glass slide out, and a glass double slide against the side of the building. And you see in front of you a hallway, as well as kind of like a little seating area.
Huh?
See, it is a moving floor. It took us up.
Where?
walking.
How? Okay.
And I'll go ahead and step off. I don't know how high we got up, but seems like we went up for a little while.
Is this where the gods
What
are?
if we go down?
A waiting room? The hell, man?
We were definitely going up. I could feel it.
The waiting room to heaven. You have to wait around till it's like, okay, God will see you now.
Is there anything interesting on this floor?
Are all of you guys getting off the elevator, or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're all getting
yeah.
off the
Yeah.
elevator.
Okay. Looking around, you guys. I mean, it's a seating area, and there seems to be a hallway leading further into this floor, whatever might be here. You can see there are long dead plants. Like they are dried husks of little bits of plant matter that might have grown once in their lifetime. But you see, you know, long tattered fabric that when you touch it, it just turns to dust, essentially. You see a tapestry on the wall that looks more stuck to the stone, and that's the only thing that's keeping it up. But other than that, I mean, you can't really see anything until you go further into the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just start walking the floor, looking for like stairs to continue upwards.
I'm gonna look for
Okay.
stairs downwards.
Okay. Gundor and Shao, as you two are the last off of the elevator, you see the glass panels along the wall close and push outwards to meet the glass wall that is already there. You see the glass tube rotate, and then you see the elevator shift up a little bit, and then downwards again. And you hear kind of like that slight whirring.
Yep, I knew it was a trap. Now we're stuck here. Way to go, Zaris.
I don't know what you mean, but I think we're fine. We're not stuck.
Are you
Yeah.
sure? Because that little pod just left. Just pausing us here, just so we could die.
You need to calm down.
I don't know how many rooms you've been in, Zaris, but they're pretty fucking scary.
I mean, this is just this is stuff we haven't seen before. This is just more proof that we're not in New Haven.
Everything you haven't seen before is out to kill you.
Not true.
Oh, look, a dragon.
Shao, look. There's a possibility we are stuck in here. And if we are, we can find ways to get out.
Well,
Like,
you
for
see,
example,
I want to see everything because it wants to kill me. So I'm not necessarily against being here to die, but I'm not ready to die yet.
well, then we won't die. Okay? We won't die. It'll be okay.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Learning about new things is how magic progresses.
Anxiety-ridden Shao is the best Shao.
It really is.
Yeah, I'm looking for stairs up.
All right. So,
Me too, me
as
too.
you guys are traveling around the floor, you see a couple of desks. You see a couple of, chairs, other things. You see a bookshelf with long decayed books. They're just kind of dry rotted, like to all ever living heck.
You said they're books?
Yeah, but they look really, really dry and extremely fragile. So, you know,
I will
you could damage
try
them.
to read the ones that I can.
I say, well, before she does that, is there titles on any of the spines of the books?
Some of the books have titles. Shao and Alavar, as you guys read it,
Great, my character sheet's broken. One sec.
you guys read. They're almost encyclopedias. They're large bundles of the same style book and the same kind of titles. So the one is like Financial Planning of the Modern Era, Volume 1 through 8. And you know, Monetary Management 1 through 7. Many of the books here deal with coin or money in some way, shape, or form.
It's the bank.
Maybe.
Ugh, why's it all gotta be about money? I want to know what happened to this place.
I don't know if there's going to be records about that, but there should be records about what this place is. That should be in like the library of the hall, I assume.
Yeah.
Either way, we should find a way to hop at this thing. We can look around and see what.
As you guys are traveling around, you do see another desk. This one a little larger and kind of farther in the back. It has another one of those kind of metallic boxes on it.
You said they're like similar to the desk.
Similar to the one that you found on the first floor behind that desk.
These. Let's see if it works.
I'm not sure if casting random spells is in our best interest.
Well, enchanted items don't cast random spells. They cast the spells that are enchanted.
Okay, well, what if that spell is like disintegrate?
I mean, you could be right, but again, as I explained earlier, we're exploring a forgotten city, not a dungeon.
Well, it's not a forgotten city, it's a ruined city, and it has to be ruined for a reason. What if these little black boxes did it?
I don't know. I'm just,
Go on.
they're magical in some sort. I'm interested.
So what are you casting on?
I'm not casting anything. I'm asking if I.
I would like
If
to
I-
elaborate that as Shao was saying that, she was gonna press the gem that's on the
Oh.
box.
I was asking if we
I
should,
love that.
but then she presses it. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So you guys, pressing the button, casting the spell, you look at it, you know, booting spell list. Booting spell list. Booting spell list. Spell books successfully found. Mana low. Mana low. Reboot mana source. Reboot mana source.
Well,
Shutting
you guys
spell
are
down.
spellcasters. What is a mana source?
Do I mean, yeah. How much of this is making sense to me and Alvar?
I would say for you, Zaris, make an Arcana check.
Okie
Okay. Mana, as you know, is kind of the
Powerhouse of the cell. Nobody got my meme.
I got it. I got it.
Oh, this isn't funny. Got
Mana
it.
is. I didn't hear what you said.
He said mana is, and then I said the powerhouse of the cell.
Powerhouse of the cell.
Steven's
Mitochondria.
Get it. The mitochondria is the
Plus.
powerhouse of the cell. He still doesn't get it. It's okay.
I understand.
You do know that mana is kind of the resource-like conceptualization of magic. You know, there is the weave, and you like to think of the weave as everything that is everything, and you manipulate the weave by, you know, doing the arcane symbols and stuff, but mana is kind of the conceptualization of the energy required to make those shifts. And the force needed to push the weave in the direction that you want to move. Maybe there's a way to store it, potentially.
Well, it seems. I explained that to everyone else.
I will say because you got a 28 on your investigation of the last box, you did notice on the back end, when you were rotating it and stuff, there were two kind of metal cylinders that seemed to almost click into place on a portion of the back of the box.
Okay. I will explain that to everyone else and rotate this one to the back so we can see that.
And this has very similar cylinders.
It's still all. This is all very new and things I've never seen before. But the only thing I can assume is that this is storing magic, and in their case they're calling magic mana. But they're storing this mana in this device somehow, and it's allowing this device to cast spells.
I don't get it.
It's even hard for me to wrap my head around, but I think before we
Why didn't these people just use scrolls? Why couldn't they just be normal?
scrolls are one-time use. These things look sturdy enough to be reusable.
Reusable magic?
With given they have enough stored magic, I assume yes. I'm gonna. I should have plenty of weight left, or plenty of room to my bag of holding. Is this something that can fit in the bag of holding?
I would say no. Just because of the shape and the size. It's too wide for the opening of the bag.
All right. Well, we'll figure something out. But I definitely want to take. I want to grab that one that's downstairs before we leave. So Nala can help me look over it. Maybe we can figure out what exactly it is and does.
So you're saying we're done here?
Well, yeah, we need to go to the top. I think. I think
Okay.
this. There doesn't seem to be anything too interesting in this building. It looks like to be the tallest building that's still standing.
We still haven't found out what happened to this place.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
just
is
over
there
this
a way?
building almost.
Is there a way for us to keep going higher?
That's what I was looking for. I don't. Have I seen any stairs yet?
You did see kind of in the back corner. There is a staircase leading up and down.
Okay. There's more stairs over here that we can keep going up.
Okay, Cyrus, it seems I was wrong. We aren't trapped here.
I told you, it just took us up. Maybe I don't know if that thing runs off of some sort of magic too, and I don't know if I want to. I still don't know exactly how it functions, but maybe you can use it to get back down without having to walk all the way down also. But I don't want to overuse it in case it breaks. So I think we should walk up the rest of the way, and then maybe we can figure out how to take the tube back down to the bottom. And then I'll start walking up the stairs.
Alrighty. So are you guys? All of you guys are trying to go to floor 55?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Alrighty. As you guys continue upwards, each floor you pass, all of them kind of have that similar setup, where it's like, you know, desks with, some bookshelves and, this, that, and the other thing. One floor you see has mainly bookshelves. And there's kind of like these metal tablets that are just kind of slid into the shelves.
The metal tablets have anything?
You can't. I mean, you can get closer if you want to inspect them.
Yeah, I mean, metal survives a lot longer than paper, so I want to see if it has it.
Okay. There are engravings on these, none of which you can read.
Right. I take one of the legible people that can read this language.
Okay. A lot of it is just gibberish.
Well, actually, can't see.
So
The brooch of comprehend languages is that I can understand any spoken language, or does that make it so I can shit?
no. Comprehend languages would be read.
Yeah,
You can
it just
you
says,
can read.
it just says when activated you can understand any language.
Okay. Yeah, any
Yeah.
written language,
Ah,
because you would need tongues in order to understand any spoken language.
got it. All right, so then yeah, I activate the brooch of comprehend languages so I can read this shit.
Okay. So looking them over, it's just gibberish. You see, it's pairs of, like pairs of characters, and it's like, 1A, 2E, 5A.
How advanced were these people having the fucking Dewey Decimal System? Fucking D&D. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is all confusing. Let's keep going.
So you put one of those metal panels back. You go up 50, 51, 52, 53. At this point, you've climbed 13 stories worth of steps. And you guys are starting to get tired. But you keep moving, knowing that you only have a little bit ways to go. You get to the very top floor, and you see across from you, there is where that pod would come into the building. There's a little seating area, and you see a single desk. And then there's a hallway back with a door.
I'll look around the desk, see if there's anything that different from the other desks. If anything extra, like, books or whatever, anything like that. And then if, depending on what I find, if I don't really find much, then I'll walk down the hallway to the door.
Okay. You find at this desk a skeleton sitting in the chair. But besides that, nothing really at this desk. You see what looks to be like a metal quill almost, and then what tattered pieces of windswept paper might have been a book potentially, but nothing other than that.
You know, something's bothering me.
What?
Have you noticed that all the bodies that we've been finding, at least in this building, they've all been looks like they're sitting in their chairs. They're not, you know, on the floor looking. These people died suddenly. If they're in their chairs, that means they didn't know what was coming, what hit them.
Like a big shockwave or blast?
Or something just, maybe like a
Poison?
poison magical effect that just killed everyone in the whole city. Or at
How
least
is
in
that
this
even
building.
possible? What could possibly?
What?
How
What
is that even
happened?
possible? What could possibly
What?
be?
I'm sorry. What happened? Why isn't Shao
Shao?
talking?
Why is Arthian talking? Wait, what?
There's.
I swapped. I'm on my phone right.
She's
Oh.
laying
Oh,
down
okay.
because she's kind of tired. So she's on her phone. Babe, if you have a pair of earphones with a mic, you might want to use those. Actually, no, use the ones in my pants pocket that are in the room. Because we're having a hard time hearing you with the microphone in your phone.
So is everything all good?
I think so. I think we're just waiting for
I'm
microphone.
just gonna swap it to this because I realized that I don't have an earphone jack on my phone. So
Oh,
I'm just
sounds
gonna hold it
100
up to my ear.
That sounds way better. Oh wait, you don't have an earphone jack?
No, remember we went over this. That's why you gave me your Bluetooth ones, but you never actually gave them to me.
Well, they're on your. They're somewhere. Hold on. They're not charged though.
So I'll just hold the phone to my ear. That's fine. If combat happens, then I'll get up and go back to my computer.
Okay.
Combat.
So, are you going into the into the back room?
Yes, but we were still kind of talking.
Oh, okay.
Now that Amaya has the mic situation figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said what possibly could have killed that many people in that short of a period of time. I've never heard of any spell or anything that can do that.
No magic that I know of, but maybe a poison that was given out in the masses.
There's
Um,
no
Yeah, to the water.
poison.
But all the
As an
windows are
alchemist, I would
shattered.
know that there's no poison that's like that potent, right?
I mean, potentially, but it would have to be like a magically enhanced kind of poison or something like that.
Alaval made a good
Yeah,
point.
which is highly unlikely.
Alaval made a good point. What about the windows? They're blown out. This must
Yeah.
have been something big.
They were only
maybe
blown out up to
explosive.
the 5th floor, though. Where we're now on the 55th floor, and people are still skeletons.
Well, there was definitely some sort of battle, hence the wreckage of the city.
Well, there now that you guys are up farther, there are still cracked and destroyed windows. It's just it's not every single window. There are still some windows that are intact.
Okay.
So this could have been like some type of explosion, or
Possible, but
It's like magical exposure killed them.
if there's, I have a feeling there's something. It just gives me the wrong vibe that people. It looks like the way they're sitting. It looks like they weren't expecting death.
Well, there's only one thing that I can like possibly think of that could have this drastic of an effect on and kill this many people at once, and that would be the Abyssal Rip, wouldn't it?
Can we draw that conclusion, DM?
I mean,
I mean, it's world history, and at
is
that
world
point, at this
history.
point, like, at this point, I feel like
Okay.
that's like a logical conclusion to come to.
So you guys do know from general world history that the Abyssal Rip was a world-altering event. It completely decimated two highly advanced civilizations that were well beyond what other civilizations were capable of. But the fact that everything that they did just kind of disappeared along with their entire civilization, it was strange. It didn't sit well with a lot of people. Kind of like it's not sitting well with you guys.
Yeah, I mean that kind of makes sense. Everything we're finding here is a lot more advanced and completely new to me. But if this is a cause of the Abyssal Rip, just thinking back in history, where in Erudis did the Abyssal Rip happen? If I know that.
I would say roll a history check, just because there's not like a geography check. Or if you want just straight intelligence, whichever.
No, I guess it's history, I guess. So,
Okay. So with that, thinking back, someone who has dived into the storybooks for lore, history, just stories of old age, you know that the two countries or the two kingdoms that fell were the kingdoms of Halmara and Droalia. And Halmara was on the uh, both of the countries were on Usona.
well, Halmera and what?
Halmara and Droalia.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
and they were on they were on the other continent.
Yes, they were on Usona. And you know that the kingdom of Halmara had many cities, immense technology that no other country was capable of competing with, even. Many saw it as a mecca to be able to go there and at least visit and experience the wonders that were where everything seemed like it almost ran off of magic. Was so strange and surreal. The city of Ebonreach was beyond fantastical, where there were flying carts and you know um, medical technology that you couldn't imagine. If you had any ailment, they could heal you, essentially, no matter how magical, no matter how potent the poison. It the miracles were almost endless. And then suddenly, 800 years ago, it all stopped and vanished when the demons attacked, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. And then it spread into the burned wastelands, where the only way to prevent the demons from spreading faster, to prevent them from getting even a foothold, was to just destroy it before they could get it. But they still spread and spread. But at least destroying the land that was left gave time. They built new cities, the cities of Ablissia, the great war machines built with long dead technology from, Halmara and Droalia, ever waiting and then pushing back when the demons finally came. They pushed him, they pushed him, they pushed him back to once where they came, all of the rips from the abyss, sealed shut by those of the Calicophora with enough skill and training to close interdimensional portals. And there those great cities wait, just in case they come back. Because they believe they will. And at that point, there's no use in trying to bring back those two kingdoms. And so their ruins wait and lie for those to explore. The Calicophora still does some scientific research. They still have expeditions leading into ruins, trying to find technology from long ago that was lost. But the reasons why so many died all at once so suddenly, you're not exactly sure. You do remember reading something of horrible, horrible atrocities of war that no one else has seen occurred. And millions upon millions died. But every attempt was made to stop the demonic push. no matter what the cost.
Okay. I explain the story and the history that you just explained to the rest of the party. And at the end of it, I just add, so with all that, the only thing I can think of is that we're in the Halmarin cities with how advanced everything seems to be running off of magic. That's still functioning at least.
You know, kind of funny. One of my ancestors' name is Helmira. Very similar.
Interesting coincidence, or maybe not. But either way,
And
we are, at least we know the general area. We are very, very far from home.
just asking real quick, my ancestor Anthony, is her name Helmira or is it Helmira?
It's Helmira,
Okay.
whereas the country is Halmara. So it's
Okay.
it's
So
pretty
not
much the
similar?
same except one letter.
Okay. 'Cause I was confused. I was thinking maybe this might be very like similar.
Halmara ARA instead of Halmira IRA.
Yeah, and for her name it's Helmira, whereas the country is Halmara.
Okay.
So
Very similar but different.
So I don't. If this is what I expect it to, or what I assume it to be at this point, one of the cities of the Halmara, we best be on the lookout for any remaining and fiends. I think the majority of them were killed in the war, but I'm sure there are some that survived via hiding before the rips were closed. And I don't I don't know how much. I don't know what exactly. I still don't know what exactly killed these people. I guess they may have, you know, killed themselves. But yeah, this is very dangerous territory that we tread. And then I'll start walking down the hallway to the door at the end.
It's not a long hallway, it's only about 10 feet.
Okay.
You try the lock, and it opens. It's not locked. You open up, and inside you see a finely crafted desk. There's carpet on the ground. You see 2 or 3 bookshelves off to the one side. And the back wall is just open. It's just a beautiful view of the landscape. If the landscape was beautiful. You see laid out before you the entire city, desolate, demolished, gray, silvers, the orange of rust in some spots. You can actually see kind of this valley that the city falls in. See further and further and further out. You see what looks to be a paved road of some sort intertwined within the valley crests and crags. But off in the distance, at this height, about 2 or 3 miles out, you see a large domed crater. Probably looks to be about 2 kilometers in width.
Looks like something significant happened over there where that crater is. Is this essentially on like the other side of the city?
It's actually towards the side. No, it is the opposite end of the city because you came in from the north. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So this would be essentially looking at where the sun is, essentially to the south of the city.
Okay. Go ahead, Alvar. What were you gonna say?
So yeah, after seeing that, it's safe to say that this was most certainly the Abyssal Rip, or something astronomical. Should we go down to the crater?
We can. That's most likely where any remaining creatures would be, but it's also where maybe any relics of this city would be left, most likely.
Yeah.
I would say between your passive perceptions and probably just inspecting what's around here, you see what looks to be another skeleton. This one is seemingly splayed out on the floor, and you see as it's splayed face first, essentially on the floor, its right hand outreached. You see right in front of it a metallic disc with a blue sapphire embedded in the center of it. You also see on the desk another one of those metal boxes, but you see one of the 2 metal tubes in the back is laying on the floor, seemingly fallen off or something like that. You also see on the skeleton actually a very nice set of clothing that doesn't seem tarnished at all.
Oh. So, can you cast Detect Magic?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and cast it. Magic fast. This 2 points.
So armor should have tarnished over the years.
The disc is magical. You get a strong magical aura off of the 2 cylinders, and the clothing is magical.
Yes.
What kind of clothing is it?
Yeah.
It's essentially like a nice suit. Do you like roll the skeleton over to get a good look at it?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Yeah, you roll it over. It's essentially a very nice looking suit. It's, perfectly tailored. It doesn't have any rips or anything in it. The material's almost pearlescent in color.
What kind of enchantment?
Sure. Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but that's the clothing.
I don't know if you're me. Well, what kind of magic is it enchanted with?
This one, I just gotta look up the spell just so I know which class it is.
Conjuration.
Transmutation, actually.
Okay.
Mm.
Well,
Does
it
it?
is it is magical. We can take it later, and I can once we're in a safe place, I can identify anything that we don't know what it is.
Does it give off the same shimmer as Shao's old set of armor? If I could
No.
compare the two. Okay.
There really isn't a comparison, but this is
Okay.
kind of like dull as compared to her old armor being fairly strong and potent.
Got it.
Okay.
The aura around it.
I'll add that to my bag.
Yeah, and I'll pick up the disc that he was kind of looks like the skeleton was reaching for, as well as picking up the canister, I guess it would be, that's on the floor.
Okay.
And seeing how concentrated it is with magic, can I make the conclusion that those are what the magic what the magic / mana is stored in?
You would guess, kind of inferring from the symbols and the design of these things and the messages that you guys were seeing on the windows. You could infer it, yes.
With everything we've seen up to now, and now that I can, detect magic, these little canister things, they're giving off a very stronger magic vibe than I've seen on even most magic items. I believe this is my assumption would be this is what stores the magic for these boxes. And with with how strong this magic is, it seems like these ones might not be low. You could give this one a shot.
Sure.
I'll stick the canister in the empty slot that it looks like it goes in.
Okay. You kind of put it in there and just kind of rest there. And kind of wibble wobbles out of the slot, and you kind of push down a little bit, and it clicks, and then you hear a.
Okay, I think that worked.
Go ahead and
I'll push the
Yeah.
red gem.
All right. You get that same, light coming from the window. Loading spell. Version 2.7553. Spell loaded successfully. Screen goes blank. And then it pops up with a couple of different words in kind of like a list. You have magic messages. You have magic money.
Huh?
You have plans. Overlying design. The project.
Just a glorified iPhone.
Or it's a computer, but yeah. I have to go.
Oh yeah, that makes more sense.
But I have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back.
You asleep, am I?
Might be asleep.
Might be asleep.
As she's not responding, probably asleep.
Yep. She missed the
Solid.
ancient computer scene. No.
Yeah, think like. Have you ever watched the movie War Games?
I have not, no.
It's essentially that. It's like a Commodore 64, essentially.
Oh, that game. Okay. I mean that show from like 1980s, right?
Yeah, it was a movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go make a sandwich real quick.
I mean, if we want, we can take a quick break.
Yeah, I might as
Yeah,
well. Everyone's getting up.
That'd be pretty cool. That'd be
Okay.
pretty cool.
All right, I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
Cool beans. Let's see.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
We're taking a 15. You're all good.
Okay.
We can finish our 1v1 if you want.
Oh, okay. Hop on.
Dang.
Why do you have a second account with Overwatch on it?
The Smurf. When you buy it, I exited out of the game on accident instead of leaving the game. I guess it'll take a second. But no, like if you were to buy another account, like for for a good few hours, the games are super easy.
It's funny.
Hey, the winner one.
Yeah. I saw the winner one, so I'm like, let's do that one.
Four, three. Oh, missing shots. Look at that.
Damn it!
That was so close. I
Jesus!
clenched my butthole on that one.
I'm just so bad.
Oh, I'm missing shots. He's so annoying.
I heard you coming. I'm like, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna wait for him. God.
Woo! Those were some good shots,
I say
though.
the body hit on the rockets is what killed me.
Nice.
I have a feeling this is how it's gonna go. I gotta kill you,
Yeah.
kill. I gotta kill you, gotta kill.
All right, I'm back.
Get off that character fast.
Yeah, fuck that.
What character? What? I'm really confused.
Oh, we're
We're
playing
doing-
Overwatch.
We're
again.
doing Overwatch 1v1.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Is everyone back?
It's probably still waiting on John.
Okay.
God, I just can't play Ash.
Yeah. Try to land the dynamite first, and then you can one bullet them. Nice. That was a headshot.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be impossible. How to yellow it.
Yeah, Junkrat's worst nightmare.
I'm gonna be on this guy for a while, though. Ow!
God damn it.
Yeah, it's a battle of nutrition.
Gotcha that time.
Oh, I messed up.
Fuck. Oh, there's no way. There's no fucking way.
Yeah, that's a rough one on Hanzo, man. Oh, I guess there is a way. Holy shit. I got deleted. Now we're sort of on an even playing ground. Oh no.
God.
That's unlucky.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
that's
was pretty
unlucky.
lucky. I was just shooting randomly, and then I'm like, oh, headshot. Fuck you.
That's a good matchup right here, though.
You guys there?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I got my sandwich, so whenever you guys are ready. I'm not sure if everybody's back yet, though.
Alrighty. Well, then I guess if we are ready, let's hop back into this. So, you guys booted up the device, and it displayed various messages on it. Magic message, magic money, the project, plans.
Oh, wait. Was Stefan here when you described that part?
No, I left in the middle of it, so. You said, what is the one that says project?
Project. That's all it says.
Is there a way? I guess I don't know. I don't really know exactly how to work out this at all. I press the. How many buttons did you say there were?
It seems like there's probably about, say, 60 buttons.
60 buttons?
Yeah.
Whoa.
What?
Or not 60, sorry. Counting my keyboard, trying to figure out like roughly how many buttons there'd be. I would say probably 40. 40 buttons. Yeah, 40. And you guys do see on the right-hand side, they aren't symbols, they're arrows. Up, left, right, down. All in a row,
Okay.
top to bottom.
You said there was a messages section?
Yep.
See if you can click on the or scroll. I don't. I don't know.
I start pushing like I push the far left button. See what it does.
Okay, so you push the arrow left.
Oh, arrow
Button?
left.
Yeah, there's
like
arrow up, arrow left, arrow right, and arrow down from top to bottom on the right-hand side of the keyboard. for lack of a better term.
Right.
Make an intelligence check.
All right.
Okay. So, essentially, looking at the keyboard, you see that each of the rectangular squares or buttons has a single symbol on it. Essentially has your characters and then numbers, and then there are 4 buttons with up, down, left, right, with the arrows. And those are all the buttons on the keyboard. You would assume that the arrows, since they're the only things that don't have symbols, are meant to move something. Or they are to send in a direction for something.
So the symbols, because I have the comprehend languages brooch.
Yes.
Symbols mean are the symbols words?
A, B, C, D, E, so on and so forth. And then 0 through 9.
Okay.
Okay. Can I? Is there like a select button? I don't know. I don't know how better to word this.
Is there an
The
enter
enter
button?
key? Yeah.
No, there is no enter key, essentially.
Can I type the equivalent of this keyboard to messages?
Okay, so you type messages. And you see down at the bottom with a little flickering dot next to it, messages.
Hey.
Then I press one of the arrow keys.
Okay. Which arrow key do you press?
Up.
Up. You see a little line on the list that was at the top of the window. You see a line that was on magic messages pop all the way back down to the bottom, named the project.
I have no idea how this functions. We should probably, if we can, since this one's functioning, is if there's a way that we can. Gundor, how much can you carry? This thing's pretty heavy. Fortunately, it's a little too bulky to fit in the bag of holding, but
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we should carry this around the entire time.
do we want to come back for it? About to...
Yeah, we can come back for it.
Is this something that can leave this place, or is it like attached to like a wall?
No. It's its own thing. I can lift it up, but it's like 40, 50 pounds. I think is what he said.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
So on the screen, it shows like the project, right?
That's what
Yeah,
apparently
it's a list.
Could we could we try to like select it by like pressing the name on the screen?
So you touch the screen at that spot?
Yeah.
Okay, you touch the screen. Nothing happens.
Okay. Let's just see how ancient this technology is.
Ancient? What do you mean? This is fucking advanced.
I mean, but in terms of our present, it's old technology.
I mean, maybe you need to hit the other key. You hit the up one. Why don't you hit down?
Sure. I'll hit all the directional buttons to see like just what happens.
Okay. So you press up, and it goes from the project to just message, finance, project at the bottom, plans, and then what did I say the fifth one was? Got so many computer
Messages.
screens up on my computer screen right now.
It was like a
Oh, and I'll
project
write it down.
plans.
Was
I'm not sure if you said
Money.
magic money.
Magic money. Yeah.
Yep, it was magic message, magic money, plans, blank, and then project. Because I've got like 4 different windows up right now. I'm just trying to remember which of the 4 you guys are looking at.
so magic message, magic money, plans, and then message, and then project. Right.
You want to read out one that might sound familiar?
No, I think that's right. Oh no, it was send message. Was the yeah. When you press the right hand button, let's see, you guys were on project, you pressed up, went to send message. When you press right, the window goes black, and then it shows up with different words. To, from, and then there's just like a space, there's like a line, and then a space underneath with like a little dot that's blinking.
Oh,
This
I
is cool.
I can't read it clearly. I don't understand what the fuck this is saying, but I think I understand how this works now.
You press the left hand button, it goes back to the previous menu, and then you press the down button and it goes back down to the project.
Okay, yeah. So forward makes it go forward, and then back makes it go back. Then up and down makes it choose. Okay. Can I go up to magic message and then press right?
Okay.
I don't know if
Blank.
I'm too. I don't know if I'm metagaming this too hard. I'm sorry if I.
I mean,
I'm
I mean,
trying
it's
not
hard.
to.
It's hard to,
I mean,
not
you-
do what we know what to do.
yeah.
It's
I
like,
get
I'm
it.
like, I know exactly how this functions, but like, sorry, I don't know.
How do I not do what I know to do?
Let's take a
I
bunch
like
of
it.
people who know how to use computers and make them think that they don't know how to use computers.
Throw them in the game where their character doesn't know how to use computers and force them to use a computer.
No, I don't think you're metagaming, because like you're reading, you're trying to understand. You were pressing buttons before, so I don't think. Don't worry.
Okay.
So you go to magic message, and it pops up with 5 or 6 different things. They are dates, and they are from eons ago. Like eons ago. 800 years. 793 to be exact.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Okay.
They have titles or just dates?
Just dates.
I'll go to the most recent date and then press right arrow on that one.
Okay. From Maralda to Zil Hakar.
Hmm.
I'm assuming the names mean nothing.
Yeah, they're just names.
Okay.
Roughly what the message says is, I left some batteries for your computer. They are in a box on your shelf to the right. I hope they help with your power issues that you've been having lately.
Oh, yeah. So I'm sort of screen watching Zars.
Can I look to the shelf? Like, can I look on the shelves and see if that box is still there?
Yeah. Roll an investigation check.
What is that saying?
What's saying?
What you're looking at on the computer? Oh, I mean on the box. On the box.
On the magic box thingy.
On the computer. What is this computer? It's a message about them bringing them more magical Tanistars just used.
So
Zaris,
Yeah.
easy enough to find. You find a box which seems to have a symbol on it. It's a lightning bolt with essentially what is a dodecahedron behind it.
Okay.
You open it up, and it has 6 more of these cylinders in it.
I stuffed all 6 of
Oh.
those in my bag of holding.
Yes. Well, I think now we can use the other ones that we found.
If we need to.
Yeah.
I'm still a little bit behind. What do these do for us exactly?
I mean, it just looks like it doesn't look like they're cast spells. It looks like this. I don't know what it's meant by spells loading, but it looks like this is. It runs off of, I guess these. The message called these magic batteries. And it runs off these. It looks like it's some sort of device that you, I guess, leave messages on. Maybe send, and according to this other one, you can also send messages. And something about magic money, but I haven't heard of that before.
Yeah, let's check that out.
And then I'll go back out to the main menu. I did air quotes if you couldn't hear it.
Your spells need to be updated.
You need to update your spell book.
It's a little paper clip just pops.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear those air quotes, but
Mhm.
yeah, I go back
Yeah.
to the main menu and go down to magic money and press the right arrow.
Okay.
By the way, do I just put 6 magic batteries?
Yeah, and they each weigh, I would say, 5 pounds each.
Yeah, definitely. Listen to that.
Cool.
6 batteries.
So you go back to the main menu, go into Magic Money, and you see 5 lists. You see essentially main ledger, personal ledger, account side, or essentially what are accounts, problems, and investments.
I'll just press the right arrow first one.
Okay, so ledgers. Okay. So you go into that, and it's just literally a wall of numbers, and essentially, you guys have read over some of your storekeeps and written or forged ledgers yourselves. It's essentially that. It's a electronic version of a ledger book,
Magical version.
Uh,
but
let's see if this guy was loaded.
you
Sorry.
see, instead of like gold or platinum or something like that, you see this weird symbol. It's like a Z shape with a slightly horizontal, not horizontal, but a slightly diagonal line to the going from top left to bottom right, crossing the Z.
I guess this is whatever this symbol means is whatever type of money they used over here.
So even if we could get our hands on it, it's probably not valuable to us.
Yeah,
Not
that's
not
unfortunate.
not to us, but to collectors. Similar to how the Feywild coin wasn't really useful, but we were able to trade it to Zelnala for things.
Yeah.
That's true. But do we really want to look more into this, or do we want to, get a better look at the city?
Yeah.
I do want to try just see what the other things are. Maybe there's something that alluded to what happened here. Exactly, I mean, or maybe there's a secret that is on this device. So I want to go back out to the beginning and go to plans just to see what that is.
Okay. You see, for brevity, you kind of catching the drift of how this computer works. It's essentially a personal plan, like schedule of like personal doings. It seems like this person was in charge of a large company. This company specifically dealt with the exchange of currency and the exchange of currency between nations and kings and the Calicophora and many high-end thing.
Alright, and I'll go down to project and see what that is.
Okay. Projects going through, essentially what you read is that there was a large investment that was put forth by the company down in Abawan. There was a crater that was discovered. It was kind of in between Abawan and Ablissia, where there are monsters that seemingly appear from many realms, and it was kind of like this pit almost that you could walk in and then walk out with massive amounts of treasure. And the company figured it might be a good investment if you can make a lot of money after leaving. So they put a few 100,000, what they call Zillaria, which you essentially assume is their currency. You learn over the course of probably 2 to 3 months, the investment isn't going as planned. The mercenaries hired, a lot of them aren't coming back. Those that do come back end up with large amounts of money, but the amount of cost involved with hiring new people, it's not looking good. 6, 7 months into the investment, more money's being poured. It's kind of become almost this obsession with the executive, this Zilhakar, where all of his focus is on making this investment work and becoming so ultra rich and making the company so ultra rich off of this investment that no other company could touch them. They could just buy their way out, essentially. Up through a year, it seems like almost madness. Every thought, there's like again and again, like every day there's a new note about this thing happening, or this thing that was found, or we're pouring money from this investment into the big dig, what they came to term it as. It was borderline insanity, this project.
Well, yeah, nothing. It's interesting stuff, but nothing that'll really help us. And I was kind of explaining it as I was reading it.
Okay.
And then just looking out the window again, can I see what, like, aside from the crater that I can see off in the distance, can I see what I could assume the equivalent of like a town hall looking?
You do see something that kind of looks like a palace a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Where is that?
It's kind of to the south and to the west.
Okay. So I'll turn to the others and just say, so here are my thoughts, and I think we should all think about this together. Since we kind of already know where we're at and roughly what happened, at this point we're just looking for, in my opinion, I would just be looking for relics of this place. And maybe if we think we can handle it, maybe snuffing out any remaining demons or fiends that are lurking in the area, depending on what they are. And I would like to swing by the library, which we passed signs for on the way here, and maybe the town hall before we're going over later. FYI, I think Amaya's asleep. So
Yeah. I'm pretty
That's what
sure
we figured.
we thought she was asleep 30 minutes ago.
it's okay. She can watch the VOD.
Just yell out combat.
Oh, I'll continue. Grab a drink real quick. Can you?
But yeah, any arguments to that, or anything you would like to do while we're here?
No, I'm fine with that. No, we can take a look around, see if there's anything of interest, but I would like for us to try to get back, to the village.
I agree. It's somewhat time sensitive, but being over here is, as you would say, a once in a lifetime opportunity.
So, where are we going first? That palace over there, or the crater, or
I think the library is closest. Past signs for the library are on the way here. I would like to see, with how advanced this city was, I'd like to see what kind of, if any books survived, and hopefully, if any did, the magical ones should have survived. Because things that are enchanted tend to survive better than others. Oh, which reminds me, I picked up that disc before. What do you want me to put it in my inventory as?
Let's say, unknown crystal disc, or just crystal disc. Let's say it's £1.
Okay. So yeah, I want to stop by the library, see if there's anything left, particularly of magical origin. Because with how advanced they were, if there is any maybe magic spells left over that would be lost to, the rest of the world. Might be too advanced for me now, but if we can get our hands on something, it would be very intriguing. And then I believe the crater is essentially on the other side of the city, so that we can while making our way over to the crater, we stop by what I assume to be the palace / town hall of this city. Usually there should be something important there, and then we can head over to the crater.
Okay. Feather fall down, or should we take the elevator?
We can try to take. Do we know it's called an elevator?
I mean, we've been calling it a computer all the time.
Well, they called it a computer, so then we started calling it a computer.
The mechanical lift.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that may or may not descend.
We can try to take the moving floor. That's why I hope it'll work. Otherwise, yeah, I guess we could break the window and feather fall down.
All right. Let's go give it a shot.
Yeah, so we'll walk back out to the main room. Went up last time, so I pressed down.
Okay, this floor actually only has down. There is no up.
Yeah.
You are on the top floor.
That makes it easy. So yeah, I pressed down.
Okay. You wait 2 or 3 minutes. You kind of look down through the glass, and you see it kind of jettisoning itself upwards. As you guys are waiting, you see it get closer and closer. You see it kind of, begin to decelerate from, how fast it was going. And it comes up to meet you guys. And as it's slowing, suddenly you see the top of it kind of shifts off to one side. And the double doors slide back and out, and then the cylinder door shifts downwards out and goes to rotate around, and it gets caught, and suddenly you hear this as the metal twists, and you hear it break, shatter, and the whole elevator just proceeds to slide downward, jump up and down, and then rolls off the side of the building, careening and falling.
Shao, it's your worst nightmare.
Yeah.
You're right, Shao.
Shao looks at you guys and goes, "See? I told you it was a death trap."
Yeah, it seems. I think we got lucky that didn't happen to us. Probably we can just feather fall down. Is there an open window up here?
Well, there's the open double doors.
That'll do.
That we can jump down the elevator shaft.
Well, it's not a
Oh.
shaft. It's just air.
Oh, they were entirely on the outside of the building.
Yeah, the bulb was actually
Oh.
off the side of the building.
Okay, yeah, that works.
That's cool.
All right, everybody, link up.
And 3, and a 2, and a 1.
And
Oh shit!
And then when we are, let's see, do.
Oh, it's a 300-foot drop, right? Or something,
Something
like
that.
that.
Yeah, it's roughly 300 feet.
when we start, we start
We just jumped
falling,
a football field.
and I once we get about like 100 feet off the ground, I'll cast Featherfall on all of us.
God, that feels like you have to like do that at a really
Yeah.
quick moment because
Yeah,
we are
essentially
traveling
it's-
down so fucking fast.
Essentially, what it is because Featherfall's a reaction, so he literally waits one round and then casts it.
Yeah.
Magical parachutes.
Yep,
Magical
essentially.
parachutes.
It's a good spell.
Well worth.
So you guys careen, and then suddenly
We're
Are
slowed to 60 feet per
floating slowly down. You guys actually, with the wind and the way that it carried you, it actually floats you out a little bit, and you land in one of the side streets.
Okay.
Well, at least we got down fast. And then I'm gonna look
Which
back at my,
direction were we headed?
I'm gonna look at my hastily drawn, like, just essentially just map of the streets, because I was just like drawing where the streets were and what path we were taking. And I would like to backtrack us back to one of the signs that directed us towards the library, and then follow the signs for the library.
Okay. So you go towards the library. Again, streets destroyed. You notice what looks to be this. It's strange. It's almost like it's like a cart, but it has like 3 large metal tubes off of this bulbous center that seems to be aiming somewhere towards one of the buildings. You can see around it there are 4 skeletons, seemingly in well rusted armor, and like these kind of weird, kind of sphere, bulbous helmets. But you see the one of them actually. There appears to be kind of one of those firearms that you remember seeing one of the assassins with, just laying there on the ground.
What?
I'll definitely pick that up. Take a closer look at it.
Okay. You see it's a metal tube. It's got kind of like this on the top of it. It's almost like a spyglass, essentially. It's got the same kind of stock like the original one, but it's got a handle at the bottom where the trigger was. But this one, it uses like a box of something. But it seems like when you try to work some of the mechanical mechanisms, it's jammed, and you manage to pull back on one of the bars, and as it pulls back suddenly, the box drops out, and you see a few springs fly in various directions.
Oh no.
So I would assume it's just in disrepair.
Most likely.
I don't know enough about these things to fix it. Unless either of you want to keep it, I don't necessarily need to bring this along.
How big? How big is it?
Roughly 2 to 2.5 feet.
Okay.
Essentially
All right.
standard AR-15 size.
Okay. I thought it looked more like a sniper rifle in my head.
No.
It does have a scope on it, though.
It does have what looks to be like a scope on it.
Well, I'll take it. At the very least, we can use the scope later.
Alrighty. So just put broken rifle for 10 pounds.
All right.
Come here, you loud bitch. Yeah.
And do we have directions to a town hall?
Well,
Or-
we were following the signs to the library.
Yep.
First.
So further and further you go, you pretty much get through most of what is probably known as downtown before, and you get to this long building that looks to be about 3 stories tall, and it's in mostly working order. You can see there are 2 holes in the roof, but most of the building is intact.
This looks like the library.
I mean, it's got the columns, it's got pretty much everything your standard library would look like.
Okay,
Hmm.
let's head on in.
Okay.
When you guys go in, you see movement.
Can we make out what's moving?
Yeah, say where was the movement?
It's inside. Inside is actually very well lit, surprisingly. Like all the lights are on. Make a perception check.
Uh-oh. Mine might need to wake up. It might be combat.
Can I
time.
make one as well?
Yep. Okay. You noticed behind one of the bookshelves a humanoid figure ducks behind. Like you just barely caught it shifting on its own accord behind the bookshelf.
Just one one humanoid though, right?
Just one humanoid shape.
Okay. I don't know if this is. I guess this would just be for flavor. I don't know if I can hold with the firebolt cantrip. Can I just cast it and hold it in my hand, waiting to throw it?
I mean, it's a cantrip, so technically you can just continuously recast it without costing anything, so yes.
Okay. So I want to conjure just some floating fire in my hand, being ready to cast firebolt, and say, I saw that movement. Come out now.
Who goes there? And I'll shout that out in English.
You don't get a response.
And just I Gundor, just give him that get ready look.
I take a step forward. I look towards Zaris and Alavar and Shao. Should I go?
Just wait a moment. Maybe, I mean, the language over here. Maybe they don't speak common. I don't know other
Right,
than
you're right.
try talking in Elvish, Alvar.
Who goes there?
Okay.
We don't mean you any harm.
You don't get a response. Now, mind you, looking as you guys are feverishly looking around for any movement whatsoever, anything, these bookshelves are long. They're roughly 30 feet in each direction. And there's about a 40-foot span in the center with what looks to be various tables and chairs and things like that. You do see at the tables, there are skeletons of, various accord that some of them are laying down, some of them are sitting in desks, mostly every which, direction.
Mm.
Okay, all right.
I want to
12.
move. I'm gonna just silently motion for everyone to follow me. And I wanted to just start moving slowly towards where I saw the movement. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Gundor.
That's fine.
Okay, so you guys are slowly moving to the space in between the two bookshelves that you saw the figure move to?
Yep.
Okay. You slowly creep up. Shao has an arrow knocked. Gundor, you have your sword out. Zaris, your fireball ready, and Alavar just kind of hand on the whip and another hand kind of ready to throw a somatic component up. You all are creeping forward, forward, forward. And you begin to hear footsteps coming closer towards you now.
Oh, they're coming towards us. I want to pop a divine sense.
Okay. Nothing.
Oh, okay.
So
So
we hear footsteps, but I don't see anything.
Well, no, you guys are looking, so you've got the bookshelf in front of you, and you can hear the footsteps behind the bookshelf coming up towards the opening
Got
where
it. Okay.
you're creeping towards.
Okay. I'm gonna can I swap something?
Yeah, what are you swapping?
Swapping from holding like firebolt to just if I want to swap it to charm person.
Okay.
So
Okay. And it doesn't sound like they're running either. It's just like a standard walk. You know. You guys kind of hold now that you're actively hearing footsteps coming towards you. Closer, closer, closer. Suddenly you see walk around the corner a humanoid shape. What are you guys doing? Like, this is just split reaction. You see the figure turn the corner, not even getting a good look at him.
I don't want to do anything yet. I want to still hold. Because I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. If I see if there's any an ounce of aggression, I cast charm person, but
Okay. Gundor, are you doing anything?
I am just following Zarus's lead. I'm just gonna be ready to run in if I have to.
All right. Turning around the corner, you see a feminine figure. A strange feminine figure. It's shaped like a woman, but it's not human at all. It looks like a person, but there are no hair. The eyes are glowing purple, and the body is made of wood.
hello.
The figure seems startled by all of you, just being there, and kind of takes 2 steps back, just kind of looking at you all. Kind of blinks a couple times, expressionless. Hello. Do you have a library card?
Motherfucker.
I love you.
No.
We do not have a library.
Would you like to apply for one?
No, thank you. Who are you?
I am CR 4445. What may I call you?
Zarus.
It's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Zarus.
Yeah.
The rest of you?
I'm Malavar.
I'm Gundor, and this is Shao.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Alavar, Gundor, and Shao.
What are you?
I am a designated librarian. I am here to collect and maintain the books and records that are within this facility. Can I help you find any records?
Actually, yes. And just before I answer that question, though, can I just look out to the library and see how many books still do the books on the shelves that I can see still look like in good condition, or what kind of state are they in, or are there any books?
There are books. A good number of the books seem damaged and or destroyed. There are still a number of books that seem to have survived. There are some books that are pristine. There are other books that, seem to, probably want to fall into ash. It just depends on where you look and how far. However, the quantity of books, there's probably not a limit to the knowledge here. There are 3 stories of library, essentially, and from what you can tell, they are anywhere. The bookshelves are anywhere from 20 to 30 feet long, and there are probably about 15 to 20 rows back.
Jesus Christ. Do you have any books about the history of this city?
The robot kind of turns around and looks, almost as if it's like observing for something, and turns back to you. I believe we have records of history for Fall Run. Can you present your library card?
I don't have one.
Would you like to apply for a library card?
I guess so.
Follow me, please. And the robot, it up to this point, it's kind of had this like kind of strange arms out position with like the hands open, except for when it said, to make your acquaintance, where it kind of made this gesture of like a hand wave without actually waving. But now it put both its arms down straight to its side, and it begins tracking towards what looks to be like a front desk.
I guess I'll follow it.
Okay. It goes behind the desk and proceeds to sit down in the chair, and then it proceeds to underneath of the desk pull out a two metal sheets, actually. The one is small, rectangular. The other one kind of square. It has more engravings on it. Both of them do, actually. But it actually, next to it, there is a kind of like a metallic spot with 5 holes in it. And then there is a kind of like this writing utensil thing with kind of like a socket of some sort. It sticks its left hand in the point, all 5 fingers into those 5 holes, and pulls its hand off. And proceeds to take that socket where the hand was and put it onto the writing utensil. Where it lifts up, the writing utensil rotates 360 degrees twice, and then it goes into a position over top of the metallic square. Name?
Zaris?
Zaris. And it starts. It's super bright, like almost like it's almost like pure light. Actually, it might be pure light. Who knows? That's just emitting from the tip of what looks to be like this writing utensil that is now its hand, as it engraves into the large metal square your name. Surname?
Umbermore.
It proceeds to go over to the small rectangle. Does the same thing. Goes back to the big square. Date of birth.
Fuck, I don't know.
That's how I feel.
It proceeds to write NA.
That's
Fine with me, whatever.
Or no, I'm sorry, it writes null. It goes to the next line. Residence?
No Hayden.
proceeds to write no Hayden. It goes through, it asks you more of these kind of like personal information questions. It's just kind of like, okay, why do you need to know this?
Right. Yeah.
And when it finishes up with the big square, it does a few more things and then proceeds to draw like this little engraving in the bottom corner of the small rectangle. Sits the writing utensil back down, pops the socket, puts the hand back on. The hand rotates 362 times, and it kind of clenches its fist 3 times. And then it goes back into that kind of ready position. With the right hand, picks up the small rectangle and holds it out straight in front for you to take.
Sure, I'll take it.
I present to you your Fall Run library card.
Thanks.
Proceeds to stand up again. Gets its hands back into that ready position again. Are there records I can help you find?
History?
Follow me. And it proceeds to lead you to a section of the library. It turns around to you. What form of history are you looking for?
History of Fall Run.
Fall Run history. Follow me. Proceeds to lead you all down a set of bookshelves. And these are pretty big. They're roughly 8 feet tall, all the bookshelves. So, I mean, there are a lot of books, also a lot of dust, and also a lot of pages from previous books that didn't make it. The ground is just littered with scraps of paper and dirt and leather bindings and things like that. It looks like the years have not been kind to this library.
I'd assume not.
Um,
As we're following this robot, I kind of just turn around and like just look at everyone and mouth like, "What the fuck?" is this?"
That's unique. Yes, it is.
It proceeds to stop in front of a section, proceeds to look at the shelves, which are mostly barren. There's a couple of books that are on the shelves, and then it proceeds to turn around to you. Here is our section on his history on Fall Run. We apologize for the lack of information available. It seems as though our collection has been mishandled.
What is there?
The section that it points out specifically are 2 shelves where there are 3 books.
Are any of them in readable condition?
Yeah, they're all in readable condition.
Cool. What are they?
So one is the Encyclopedia of Fall Run, dating the 3rd era in 609 to 647, and then another one is a history of the districts of Fall Run, and then the other one is Fall Run, a democratic kingdom for the better, with a question mark on it.
Okay. I want to look to the wooden humanoid figure. And ask it, before us, who else? Who was the last people? Who were the last people here?
It just kind of sits there for a moment, proceeds to kind of look down with its almost with a furrowed brow, but you can't tell because there are no eyebrows and there's little to no facial expression on this thing. It looks up to you again. There was a group of 4 in robes, not but 12 years ago.
I'll look to the rest of the group. Probably the Calico Flora on an expedition.
I assume. Although they might not be the only ones with interest in this place.
And what was that group after?
They were interested in history.
What is the like latest bit of history that's been documented?
Recent documentation of history. Follow me. Proceeds to lead you to a new area of the library, and you can see in this section, there aren't as many books. There are metal plates, similar to those metal plates that you saw before. It turns around to you. Every year, one documentation plate is made since Protocol 47ZZ7 was enacted.
What is that protocol?
Protocol 47ZZ7 is enacted by Library Director. Library Director enacts that all robotic librarians are to document history while humanoids are not present.
Oh, sweet. So, what's the latest message on that guy's computer? Do we know? Like, was there a timestamp?
Yeah, there was a date. I went to the earliest date. It was like 793 years ago or whatever.
So what year was that?
Well, you guys were in 4th era 793, so that was 3rd era. Let's see. Go back in history. The 3rd era lasted for 1408 years. Ish.
Okay.
So the latest message that was on the guy's computer was
About
like,
those
400
batteries.
yeah, and it was like right at the end or either right at the end of the 3rd era or right at the beginning of the 4th.
Yeah, essentially. The beginning of the 4th era was after the Abyssal Rip. The Abyssal Rip was essentially, BCE versus AD kind of thing.
Can we look for any? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say what What kind of messages do I see on the plates that are around here?
As you proceed to go through with the librarian guardian still there, you just kind of take a quick glance over. Most of the years are just documentation of, you know, like probes in the city that documented the collapse of this building, or the collapse of that building, or the collapse of this building, or, you know, this, that, or the other thing. Most of it is very mundane and whatnot. Roll an investigation check. Okay. You just kind of started somewhere in the middle. You're like, screw this. This is boring. What did the beginning look like? And you proceed to go over. You pull, like 4 or 5 plates from the beginning years, and you see some of those years are actually 4 or 5 plates that are kind of welded together, like they're binded together so that way they kind of stay together. And you look through them, and they document, um, you know, creatures that have these horrifying descriptions, like written out about them. You read that, you know, a interplanar anomaly occurs here, interplanar anomaly occurs there, interplanar anomaly occurs here. And then you also see in other points, this building collapsed, that building collapsed. This clan of creatures claimed this building as theirs. It's very chaotic, and it's terrifying what you read, what occurred. You go, what did the very beginning look like? Now that your sickening curiosity has taken you, you go to the very first plate. It's plate 0 after protocol. And it talks about people in hiding, trying to get away. It talks about the demons, or these horrifying creatures, because it didn't actually call them out as demons, but the descriptors, you guys are assuming that they are the demons of the Abyssal Rip. The the war bands of these creatures rounding people up to bathe in their blood, to pull them into the interdimensional rips. All sorts of horrifying acts. And then one day, it was about 3 or 4 months after the protocol was enacted, you see an anomaly in the writing, and it proceeds to nothing is recorded at all for roughly 2 or 3 months. And then the next transcription is reboot. Essentially, what is reboot from Mana Burst? Detonation occurred. Time, date, initializing.
Interesting stuff.
Well,
All I have to say is the death of this city was gruesome.
yeah. Fortunately, I don't think we'll find too much more information that's
Well,
valuable, I guess.
yeah. Well, I do want to ask it one more question.
Okay.
Librarian, was it?
CZ447 ZZ4 at your service.
Do you keep any magic spells here? Record of that.
It looks at you for a moment, and then it proceeds to turn. Follow me. And you guys proceed to follow it. You see in the back section of the library there is a metallic gate around this area. And it turns around to you again. Authorization required. Present your library card.
I'll present it.
It proceeds to take the library card, looks at it, turns to like this little panel next to the thing, and proceeds to put the card into this panel. Pulls it out, and you hear a "dat." Turns to you. Authorization denied.
Can I cast a detect magic to see if like the gate is magical?
Yes. The gate is very magical with abjuration.
All right. I'll just look to the librarian and say, I'd like to look around on my own. Can you go back to whatever you were doing before?
As you wish. Remember, no library books are allowed outside of the facility.
Good. I'll keep that in mind.
Facility closes at 6 p.m. Have a good day. It proceeds to, its arms get back into that ready position, and it proceeds to trudge off in some other direction. Now that you
Okay.
guys have been in the actual library itself for a little while, you do notice a few other robots like that. All of the same wooden construction, trudging around on the various floors. Some of them putting books back. Some of them pulling paper scraps up off the floor and analyzing them or scanning them.
Okay. Are there any in the immediate area that would see me cast a spell?
Oh no.
Oh,
Zoeth,
boy.
what do you plan on doing?
Well, This is a deserted city. I don't need authorization to get inside this stupid thing. I'm
Zars,
just gonna dispel the gate and walk right in. But
if-
I don't think the librarians would quite like that, so I want to do it discreetly.
okay, here's a question for you though. If Shell is very talkative, what would she tell you right now?
As Shao just kind of like looks at you.
If Shao could cast a spell magic.
I don't know.
I wake her up and ask her what she would do.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, like bring her back in here. We need her. We need her.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I'm all for it. I just could end very badly.
Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, he's going to wake her up. He's not here anymore.
Oh no. She's going pissed.
It's okay. She missed half the first half, but we can get her for like 3 more hours. Come on. Just Stephanie needs to mention robot, combat, magic items, and she'll be running.
Hit partick per death.
He wakes her up, hands her a cell phone. Someone's calling you. Huh?
I can't believe you really went to ask.
I hope it either went one of 2 ways. Either she's like, okay, I'm coming, and she gets up and she comes in here, or he comes back saying she yelled at me. Or who knows, maybe he's asking like, hey, can Zaris like possibly like cause us to go into danger mode?
Okay, she's here now.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I caught her up to speed.
You ready for like 3 more hours?
I mean, I passed out, so.
She sounds like she's got some energy. Let's roll with it.
But yeah, so I caught you up to speed. There's the magic. Like I said, there's a door that a metal door that is enchanted with abjuration magic. That I want to cast dispel magic on, so we can get to the spells.
That sounds like a really stupid idea.
Thank you.
For what? We're just going to dispel the door.
That is exactly. Oh my! I want you to know. I sat there when I was like, Zaris, what do you plan on doing? And he goes, well, I'm gonna take this shit. And I go, what would Xiao say right now if she was talkative? And he's like, let me go ask her.
I mean, think about it. The robots told you that they didn't want you in the room, and then all you did is say go away, and then you're gonna fucking cast spells to open up their shit.
There's no one here. These spells don't belong to anyone now. There could be some really crazy shit in there. And the last people that came through here were 12 years ago, according to the robot. And,
Don't you think they would have opened?
well, I don't know.
Okay.
They seem to be they are hooded people, so they're probably from the Calicophora, and they probably want to preserve this place.
That's fair. Well, if we want to take it up to a chance of a coin flip,
But with magic, let's say you were to turn this magic off. Do you think there's a possibility that they might be like quickly aware?
Possible, but I mean, how dangerous can robots really be?
Out of character,
Well,
we were out of character. We were level 17 when we were first here.
Yeah, but these are out of character. These are fucking
I
robots,
mean,
not fucking demons and fiends.
I've seen the play Terminator. Let me tell you, doesn't end too well. I mean, it's only there's more than one librarian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
there's
see
how
more
many
robots.
librarians have we seen, roughly?
I would say of all the librarians you've seen, probably about 6 or 7.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
Okay. Okay.
All right, let's stand back a little bit. Keep an eye out. Make sure the librarians.
I just wanted it to be known that 3 of us, no, at least 2 of us, agreed that this isn't a great idea, but we're still going with it anyway.
Well, if we think
The-
about it, you know those robots that we had to deal with the mask. What if these are the same kind of robots?
What
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
robots that we have to deal with what?
With the mask in Rogar's basement.
Yeah. Oh well, if you're gonna do it, let's do it.
Yeah, I will look at everyone. I take full responsibility. Okay.
All right. I'm just over here browsing the books. I'm
I'm
no
gonna
part of
stand-
this.
I'm gonna stand about. I'll stand about 30 feet away from the door, and I'm gonna cast dispel magic on.
And Dispel Magic's what level?
I'm 3rd level, and I'm just gonna cast it at a level.
Ooh. Okay.
Let's see. I believe the 3rd level is 5 points.
Well, you would have cast it at 4th, you would have automatically ended the effect.
Not necessarily. The spell was cast. The spell. If this doesn't work, I'll try casting it at a 6th level. But
I need you to roll a d100 for me.
Hmm.
that's different. That's different.
That's different.
I was like, that's different from what the spell says.
But
But okay.
You might have done goofed.
And instantly, a interdimensional portal opens.
Oh, hey, that might be good.
Okay. I also need you to roll your DC check as well.
So it's just it's gonna be a d20 plus 8 because that's my spell casting. Right?
Yep.
What says the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level?
Yes! I beat a 9th level spell. Fuck yes.
Is that what you were?
Maybe.
Yeah, because if it's a 9th level spell, the DC is 19 to break it. We Gucci boys, we Gucci.
Okay. So
Mm.
you discreetly, or as discreetly as possible, cast your dispelling magic, and you're pretty sure whatever word is down now. However, for some reason, Alavar, you begin to levitate a little bit.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Start hanging on to some of the bookshelves.
Alva, why are you doing that?
I don't know. Hold me to the floor. Hold
What
me.
did you do? What did you
I
do?
don't know. I didn't do anything. I was reading.
I'll bring him down to the floor, like lay him down and then sit on his chest.
Okay.
Alright, and I would still have, because my detect magic lasts for 10 minutes, so I would still have it going.
Yep. And you do
Uh,
see that the abjuration has dissipated.
Hell yeah. So just in case the light, I don't know if they are even going to notice that I'm going to go in there, but just in case, I'm going to, as discreetly as possible. Ooh, hell yes. Sneak in there.
Okay. All right. So you open up the gate. No issue now. Now that the abjuration has been shut down, you proceed to get into the restricted section, Harry Potter.
Hell
What do you want to look at?
Nicholas Flamel.
Are there any are there like on the bookshelves, are they labeled, or is it like
It's just a menagerie of various books. There's no rhyme or reason to the order.
okay?
Are any books magical?
I'm gonna,
You do see a number of magical books.
okay, good.
Actually, most of the books in here are magical.
I was gonna say, because I was gonna say I motioned the others to come in if they weren't already following.
Oh, I'm sitting on Alavar's chest, and then I'm gonna like look over at Gundor. Gundor, hold down his arms.
Okay. I hold down
Wait,
Alva's arms.
I don't need this much help.
I'm going to break out a Canis root, and I'm going to mush it into a liquid, and then I'm going to drizzle the liquid over Alavar's face.
Okay.
What is this good show?
This is the numbing shit.
Well,
Is
what
it
did
the
Gundor
numbing
say?
shit?
I didn't hear what Gundor said.
I said, what does this do to him, Shao?
Oh, this is the numbing liquid. Remember how they made us climb that tree?
Oh. You can't speak anymore, boy.
Yeah, I just like lean out to where I can see them and then say, shh. Quiet.
And I look down towards Alvar. Yes, Alvar, be quiet. Just take it like a man.
All right.
All right. So you guys are in the restricted section now of the library.
All right.
Now, were the rest of you guys attempting to be stealthy at all?
Yeah. My first roll of the night.
Yeah.
Gonna try to be pretty quiet about it.
Can I inspire?
I will. Okay. Yeah.
Who are you inspiring?
I was gonna inspire you.
He's rolled already.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
can I inspire? But yeah, then he rolled already. So
I knew it.
yeah, I was gonna inspire Matt.
Great.
All right. So you
Okay.
believe you all got into the restricted section with no issues.
And I will close the gate. Make it seem
Okay.
like nothing happened.
Okay.
We could.
All right, and I'll say split up and look for magics. Books that contain magic spells or anything useful.
Why don't we just take a lot of the magical books and teleport out of here?
We could. That's an option. So we didn't want to go over to the crater then? If that's what we're doing.
Oh, I mean, we can still try to go over to the crater. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a good option. What books are glowing with magical energy?
There's probably about, I'd say, 10 books that are glowing.
I will grab all 10 books that are glowing and throw them in my bag of holding.
Okay.
And then I want to look for like books on world history, like lost history or anything like that.
Gotcha. Like restricted history and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what?
So I'm just gonna put in my thing. I'm just gonna put magic books. But the 10 magic books, how much do they weigh?
I'd say between all those books, roughly 3 pounds each. So 30.
All right, good stuff.
And I will help Shao with the restricted history.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Do you want to roll, Shao?
I will assist
or-
you.
Okay. Fuck.
That was
Okay.
a bad idea.
So you look around. Don't necessarily find anything of significance. Nothing of like lost history or like forbidden history, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Shoot. What exactly are we looking for in here?
I was just gonna look for some books that might interest Onala, but it seems like all of these are things that she may have read already.
Okay.
Well, maybe we should get out of this library now and head off to the
I don't.
palace or something.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
I
before
don't
we leave, I did want to see because I stated this earlier, but I don't know if I found anything. Any books pertaining to magic spells, or like so spell books.
I mean, most of the stuff in here doesn't necessarily have like labels or names or anything like that. A lot of these are probably like personal collection kind of things that were gifted to the library
Ah.
kind of thing.
Is
Like
there
that's the kind of restricted section it is.
Got it. Before we leave, then, is there anything? Just taking a quick look around. Anything that like pops out or stands out as like vastly different than what else is here?
Make an investigation check.
Hooray! Something I'm good at.
Okay. So looking around to see if there's anything interesting, you see there is one book that's really strange looking. You go over to it. It's on a pedestal all of its own, and when you go to touch it, the the leather on the front is wet.
What's yours?
And that would be why you rolled so low on your investigation check. Can't see anything.
No.
So, like, okay, so it's wet when I touch the cover.
Yeah, it feels wet to the touch.
Weird. I open it up.
Okay. The pages, when you open it up, seem almost waterlogged.
Oh.
Do they look normal otherwise?
The text is completely normal.
That's interesting.
What's the title of the book? Opening it up to the front page.
You wouldn't know this language.
I turn on the brooch.
Um, it's essentially Water Walker's Guide to the World, or
Water
Guide to the
Walkers.
Worlds. Multiple
Water
worlds.
Walkers. Does that mean anything to you guys? Ever heard of water walkers?
Have I ever heard of a water walker?
I would say roll a history check.
Inspire. Roll that inspiration die. D10. Nice.
17.
Thinking back, there's planeswalkers. I mean, you are a planeswalker. Water Walker, though, you're not exactly sure. You're not exactly sure what that means.
Yeah, I've never heard of it before.
Well, this book is weird, so I'm going to take it and then get out of here. Do we want to get out of here without the librarian seeing us?
Well, assuming how you have a
Right.
bunch of contraband, that's probably the better idea.
All right. So I'll take the I'm going to name it Watery Book, I guess. Or
Okay.
what do you want me to put it down as?
One watery boy. No. Just put it down as water book, and say that's 5 pounds.
Book 1, Water.
Got the Airbender franchise going on.
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing.
It's weird too. You close the book, and it kind of slaps closed, and there's a little spray of water actually when you close it.
Huh.
And when you pick it up, it almost seems to drip from the pages.
Really cool.
Anyone have anything safe that I can put this in?
Your bag of holding.
Yeah,
I
guess
mean, it won't get anything wet in there.
true. I will throw the water book in the bag of
Okay.
this sheet.
Alright, so either we're about to sneak out or we're about to initiate combat.
Oh no. I have a plan. I will cast visibility at a 5th level for all of us.
Oh, okay.
5th level spell is 7 points.
So instead of us re-rolling our stealth, can we just take the advantage of all of our stealth rolls from a moment ago?
Lol.
I don't know. I would assume
No.
we roll with advantage, but
You all will need to roll with advantage, but as you cast your spell, I need you to roll another another D100.
Oh, it's this
casting
kind of place.
casting spells in the library is a bad thing apparently. Okay.
Wild magic table.
When I casted detect magic, it didn't do anything bad.
Detect magic's a first level spell.
Oh.
Ooh, it might be in the area. I'll go ahead. Well, go ahead and roll stealth check. Hey.
Ooh, lower than last time. Still on the upper end.
Not bad, not bad.
Does the spell still work though?
The spell still works, and as you cast your spell and you all go invisible, suddenly a wispy, it's weird. You almost hear the grinding of mechanical gears as this, and Shao, you would recognize this, as a portal is almost torn open in the fabric of space-time right next to where Zaris was, and you see out rolls, like head over heels, Mike Wazowski style, landing on its butt, this little, I'd say roughly 2.5 foot round ball with an eyeball on it.
We all
And-
just sort of stare at it.
Yeah, well, we're all invisible.
Yeah, I know you're all invisible. Suddenly, 2 legs pop out and 2 arms pop out as it kind of like hops up.
Oh, what are these guys called?
It just kind of like looks in your direction and looks at all of like where all of you guys are. Seemingly out of nowhere, from behind it, it pulls out like this little like clipboard kind of thing, and like a little pen.
Are you serious?
That's 1 demerit.
It's just writing stuff down at this point.
I just whisper, "Let's get out of here."
Let's go.
And we're gonna head out.
Okay.
Stealth and invisible.
Okay. As you guys are, like, quickly, like, trying to stealth through the building, not being seen by any of the librarian guardians, this little guy is just following along, kind of like looking everywhere and just.
How does anything in the city still function after 800 years? Jesus
What is
Christ.
this thing?
Out of character, I think I know.
Out of character, it's something. It's
It's a
something
mono
that's taking,
drone. I
it's
think.
something that's taking notes on things that we're doing that's bad. It's like this person committed this act. Casted a level 5 spell in the library.
Is it mechanical looking?
It is very steampunkish and mechanical looking. Yes.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah, it's a mono.
Yep.
What the hell? Out of character, what do those do?
It's from the plane or city mechanist.
They are constructs.
Well, we'll talk about it later. Anyway.
Alright.
So you guys are sneaking along. You guys make it through the library.
Oh, those perception checks, I hope.
Probably. I mean, we all rolled above. We all rolled 20 and above except for you. So.
Okay.
Are invisible.
You guys make it out of the front of the library with no issues.
In the clear, boys.
Keep walking. We're not clear.
Once we're out of the library, I whisper everyone, "Okay, let's run over to the building that looks I don't know. Is there an intersection nearby?"
There's an intersection about 300 feet to the right.
Okay. I'll say, let's go to the intersection to the right.
Yo.
Alright, you guys are running.
Yeah.
And little robot boy is
Oh
running after you.
no! No! So snitch.
It's chasing us. When I look around, when I turn around and see it's chasing us, I say, now that we're far enough away from the library, I just talk normally. Do we want to kill it?
Ah,
It kind of just comically runs towards you, kind of like chin, almost chin up. It doesn't have a chin though; it's just an eyeball in this construct. It runs to you, kind of like chin up, kind of writing notes as it's like looking at you, and it trips over like a rock. And it takes 2 rolls, and suddenly another one of those portals open up, and it just disappears into it.
Thank God.
That's not good. Okay.
Yeah, we probably we want to get out of here as soon as possible. So let's I say let's forget the palace that I saw before and get our ass over to the crater and get out of here.
Sounds
Okay.
like a plan.
I'm gonna run downstairs and grab a drink real quick.
Okay.
Yep. We will start running or jogging to the crate.
All right. So you guys jog towards the crater. Over roughly about, I'd say, to actually make your way towards the crater, it's gonna take you guys roughly roughly 3 or 4 hours, because it's pretty far away. It's you know,
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
it was
Yeah, but
probably
it's
like,
It's on the literal other end of the city. And we
yeah,
have to
it's
have
at the
to-
other end of the city, and it was like 3 or 4 miles out from the city as well. I am just going to ask, what are all of your guys' constitution modifiers?
Constitution modifier is a 0.
2.
+3.
+3, 0. Chow, what's yours?
2.
2? Okay.
Gundor's is probably like at least a 2, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's high up there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his is like a 4. I'm just going to check real quick.
18
Nope,
con?
it's 3.
Jesus.
It's a 3.
Okay.
I got a 17.
Alright. You guys are traveling through an area of the city, and it's strange. There's almost like this weird, it feels almost like a weird warping of reality. Like you're looking at each other and looking at the area around you, and it just suddenly shifts or twists or bends, and it just goes back to normal, and you're like, what the fuck?
What?
And you just kind of like, Zaris, you kind of like look at Alavar confused, and he looks back at you, and you just see his torso just kind of like contorts and bends in this weird thing. Like this, it's an optical whatever, but something here isn't right. It's just reality is twisting for some reason.
What's going on, guys?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
I don't
Zaris,
feel too good.
Zaris, you take 1 point of necrotic damage.
I'll say
I heard damage. What happened?
I have necrotic resistance, but that doesn't matter for 1
Yeah,
point,
so
right?
it's 1 point.
Okay.
What happened?
The rest of you guys, no.
Sorry, I minus 1 spell point instead of 1 hit. So
Okay.
There we go. I fixed it.
You guys go further and further out. You guys reach the edge of the city. and it's strange. It's you guys kind of look around, and it's almost as though like you blink your eyes and you're suddenly in a very bright and vibrant version of the world. It's, green pastures and meadows. Behind you is, the city, but it's overgrown. It's, there are trees among the houses, and then suddenly you blink again and you're back to reality. And Shao, you look at the ground and you just see another one of these twisting warps.
Have I ever experienced anything like this before?
No, none of you have. Even through your astral seas, adventures and
Yeah.
everything. This is
Yeah.
very alien.
And it's getting worse as we're getting closer.
Um,
More like the longer we've been here, the worse it gets.
well, you guys are roughly you guys are at the south end of the city. And the first time you noticed it was when you were kind of halfway to the southern gate from the middle of the city. So pretty much you worked your way through the entire city, and you're just passing through this area, just south of the gate as you're making your way to the crater, where this reality warp kind of twists once again. However, I need you, Zaris, to make. No, you just take 8 points of damage.
What kind of damage?
Necrotic. So
That would be
it would be
half.
halved. As you feel a sudden lurch in your chest as you witness one of these reality bends. You're looking at Shao, and her torso literally just contorts in half and then back suddenly within the blink of an eye. And you cough, and you kind of like hold your wrist up, and you look down, and there's just blood on your wrist.
I'm
Wait,
gonna
I'm-
cast protection from evil and good on him.
Did I miss something when I went downstairs?
Reality's warping.
As we're getting closer, or as we're walking through the city.
As that happens, and I cough and like take the damage, and I'm like, what's happening?
Is it because we stole the books?
I'm not sure. Gundor said that this land was cursed, didn't he?
Alright.
I mean,
Are you all getting the little twisty, turny people distorting?
I mean, it
Yeah, but
hasn't
I'm not
happened
coughing up
yet.
blood like you. And then I'm just gonna cast protection from evil and good on Saris.
Okay.
Link it in chat. There you go.
Something to note: there was a fairly large time difference between the first event and the second event. The first event was about an hour and a half ago.
Oh, it
And
takes
you
an
were-
hour and a half to get from the middle of the city to the south end.
Well, yeah, you're having to like crawl through ruins and like traverse fairly dangerous stuff. There were a few buildings that were actually collapsed, and you had to make your route around to get further to the
we
south.
we can't just go in a straight line.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but now that you're outside of the city, it is a fairly straight trek.
Okay.
Well, whatever's happening, it has to be connected to the area. So let's just see what the crater has and grab anything we want and get the fuck out of here.
Okay. along the ground, you do see more skeletons, more carts, more destruction. About an hour after your previous event, you're probably about halfway to the crater at this point, and you guys see a sign that's just kind of crudely hammered into the ground. There are two skeletons next to it. The one is just kind of like leaning up onto the sign. The other one has a hammer in their hand and is splayed on the ground, face up.
Oh, man.
What does the sign say?
You move the skeleton off to the side, and it reads actually in common for this one. Nothing is real. It's all broken.
I don't like the looks of this.
I thought we were about to have an Assassin's Creed reference right there. Nothing is real, everything is permitted.
Do we want to get out of here now before something like this happens to us?
I mean, if you want to leave, I'm also in agreement to leave.
I'm not against leaving at this point.
We can always. So I actually have a good idea of where our. Wait, we can't teleport back here, could we?
No.
Hmm.
If we ever make our way, if we ever find ourselves over on this continent again, I'm sure we can get a map of this area. We know what the city is called.
That's fair.
So,
Yeah.
but I don't want to spend any more. I don't want to spend any more time here. It seems like it's just getting worse.
Yeah. It's best to play it safe. So it's
Alright.
really
So
Just
I
your
am
own
just
will.
going- So I'm gonna say I'm gonna start casting this spell, Message Zilnala. And I will
Oh,
start
okay.
writing. I'll start writing the runes on the ground to cast teleportation circle.
Wait, who's letting Zonala know?
I hope.
Alavar. So yeah, I'm gonna spend a minute writing the runes and whatnot on the ground to cast teleportation circle.
Okay, Alavar, you cast your message spell, so consume your points.
It's a little. Yep. 5. Hey Zonal, I know it's a little last minute. We're gonna be using the circle here shortly. Sorry.
Or for a rug.
Yep.
Okay.
Pull the rug.
And then I'm sorry, I'm just looking for my chalk. Doses of chalk. There we go. 8 doses of rare chalk down to 7.
Hopefully this goes.
And then we gotta travel back to the village.
Okay. Zaris, just as you're kind of like waiting now on the last line of the sigil to complete the casting, Alavar, you haven't heard anything back.
Oh no.
Well,
I wonder if it was what I thought about a while ago.
Wait. It's.
Yeah, I'm just looking to Alavar. Has she said anything yet? Are we good to go?
She hasn't said anything.
Well, we can buy her a new rug after. We can't stay here any longer.
I got a bad feeling about this.
You know, there was a question I wanted to ask when we were back in the library, but I never did.
And
I'm not sure if we're in the same year. I mean, this place seems different, not just in style, but it just feels different.
Well, this is an entirely different continent, and the city we were in is of a civilization or that, from history standpoint, was very, very advanced. So I can understand why you would feel that way. Either way, here we go. I'm gonna draw the final chalk mark and say the word.
Do you
Fuck it.
take off your points?
Yep, I already did.
Okay. You draw the last line, and you see the flash of the incantation, and then nothing.
What do you mean then nothing?
Oh
Nothing.
Like we didn't leave nothing.
yeah.
You're still there. You look in your hand, and the chalk that you had left in your hand just crumbles to dust as the sigil just begins to dissipate and burn away.
Just
Our magic was working before.
Could I possibly be
Uh.
right? Because if you can't go there, that means maybe it's not there yet.
I will cast Cure Wounds on Zars at first level to see if my magic's still working.
Nothing.
Oh
Uh-oh.
no. Oh
Uh-oh.
no.
Consume your
That-
spell points.
That's the problem. We don't got magic.
Uh-oh. Is this because we stole from the library? How
Shall
much? Okay, the cost.
does the necklace work?
We can try if we want to.
I mean, that's what got us here. Well, not
Yeah.
exactly, but it put us on the track to getting here.
What's the safest plane that we can?
Feywild.
The Feywild, most likely.
All right, let's anywhere's
can-
better than here. We gotta get out of here. Unless magic in general just doesn't work.
It's worth a shot. Maybe,
Well,
I guess.
it worked earlier. It worked when we jumped out the building. Remember?
Yeah.
So
So we'll-
either it is because of the books that you stole, or something else is afoot here.
Let's try to head back to the glass tower
Yeah, it may
and
maybe,
see if we can do magic there.
Yeah, it could be the area we're in. I mean, this area is
Yeah.
kind of distorting. It's good. It gives me a bad feeling.
Okay. We're gonna turn around and try to head back into the city to where we once were.
Okay. And as you guys have this kind of oh shit moment of what the hell is going on,
Don't do it.
magic isn't working, reality's distorting. What year is it? Nobody's talking to us.
No. No.
That's where we're gonna end our session.
We're going crazy.
Damn
We're
you!
gonna kill each
Come
other.
on, a little bit longer, man.
Yo, next session we start forgetting who we are.
Gotta keep them on their toes.
And that's how we'll get to the battle royale.
And that's the match. That's the game.
Alright, end of the session, end of the stream, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We try to play this campaign at least once a week. Not sure when we're gonna end up playing it next. Most likely either on Sunday or another weekday. We just aren't sure yet.
Yep.
Icewind Dale will be live on Saturday, Saturday night at 6 o'clock Eastern, so go ahead and tune in for that, and we'll catch you guys later.